final day of our 3-day workshop, online workshop on the statistical analysis using SPSS and Microsoft Excel, organized by the MBA department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science and the MBA department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology in collaboration with Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch. So in our last 2 days of event, that is a workshop, we have covered the basic aspect of statistics, and also we have covered the application of Microsoft Excel in statistical analysis. So today we are in the final day where we will be covering the application of SPSS in SPSS in statistical analysis. And we are happy that we are having with us Professor Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay with us, who is probably one of the best resource person in this particular area. So definitely we are going to introduce her with formally, and Professor Devan Chakraborty is going to formally invite her to conduct the session. Now before that, I'm just going to explain the today's plan of the event. So we are going to start with our this application of SPSS in statistical analysis part 1, that will be continuing up to 3:40 or 3:30 to 3:40 will be continuing in the first session. There will be then there will be a break for 10 minutes, and there we'll be having a little bit of discussion about, as we are organizing this, MBA department is organizing, so we'll be having a small department of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institute, followed by again Professor Bandyopadhyay will be continuing with the second part, that is a part 2 of the this application of SPSS in statistical analysis. After that again, like yesterday, we'll be having again a bonus session with one of the most renowned statistician of the country, Dr. Professor SP Mukherjee would be available with us from 5 p.m. onwards. Sir would be conducting a particular session. That is a very great opportunity for all of us to listen to him. After that, we'll be having our valedictory session, and definitely there would be a feedback form that will be given to you in the chat box. But some of you are asking in the chat box that whether there will be another assessment. No, there will be no more assessment. Assessment have already been taken yesterday. So there will be no assessment today. So there will be a feedback form that will be given to you after the completion of all the session. So this is the plan of activity. So without wasting time, I would like to request Professor Devan Chakraborty to introduce our speaker, Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay, officially.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amitabha Gupta sir, for giving me the opportunity to represent our college in this particular seminar. I would like to, before as I have said previous occasions also, the speaker needs no introduction, because he himself is one of the stalwart of this particular sector. But still, it is my privilege that I will be formally inviting on dais Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay sir. But before I call upon sir to deliver his lecture, I would like to formally introduce him. He is an associate professor in the Department of Management Studies, National Institute of Technology. Sir has completed his PhD in Management Studies from Jadavpur University. He is a FICWAI and FCMA qualified from ICWAI, and also has graduated in Operations Research from Operational Society of India. Sir has completed his post-graduation diploma in Computer Application from Regional Computer Center, Jadavpur University. His research works have been published in numerous foreign peer-reviewed journals and Indian peer-reviewed journals. Sir has successfully guided 14 PhD scholars and is currently guiding 6 scholars who are working under his guidance. His research mainly involves with financial capital market and portfolio optimization using different soft computing techniques, which are fuzzy goal programming, fuzzy time series, different statistical multivariate techniques, and optimization techniques like DEA, which involves the softwares of SPSS, eViews, and Lingo. And sir has also used RStudio for big data analysis. Sir has conducted numerous workshops, short-term courses, and summer and winter school, especially in the area of research methodology, in various universities and many B schools of management using the softwares, as I have previously mentioned, SPSS, eViews, RStudio, and Lingo. He was the former HOD in Department of Management Studies, NIT, and has acted as expert member for inspection of different management colleges under West Bengal University of Technology, formerly which was WBUT, currently known as Macau. Before coming to academics, he has 13 years of experience of consultancy in the software field. As I said, he is a stalwart of this field. He requires no formal introduction, but still, sir, I have introduced you and I ask you to take the entire stage to you, sir.
So my voice is audible?
Yes, sir. You are
okay,
perfect.
thank you. Thanks to the organizer for giving this opportunity to interact with all participants. And basically, the participants are all research scholars, faculties, and also the different, PG students from different. So really, it's my very privilege to interact with you. So initially, I think you have some knowledge about the basic statistics. Okay. So before starting, I will give some concept of statistics and why we need this type of software like SPSS for data analysis or for our research. And then I will show you a very small example as if you understand how we can run SPSS. Okay. This is the application, the agenda of the first step. And in the second step, I will show some application of, correlation and regression. Okay. Correlation and regression, and you're definitely using SPSS. Okay. So, first of all, you tell me it is visible to all of you, this blank screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, we can write statistics, basically statistic plus S. Basically, this is plus S. 1 minute, this is the problem actually. Just a minute. Okay. It is now visible. Hello.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
So that is the statistic plus S. Okay. Actually, this is the problem of digital board. 1 minute. This is visible, this file.
Only statistics, that Word document is visible, sir.
This is not visible. Just a minute. This is visible.
Yes, sir. Now visible. Contents of SPSS.
Yeah. Now, just a minute. So better, I'm starting the concept of SPSS, and with SPSS example, I'll give the concept of statistics because time is very short. So you know the SPSS is the acronym for Statistical Package for Social Science. Okay, and it supports different types of operating system like Macintosh, Windows, as well as the Linux. Okay, that means you can run SPSS in any kind of operating system. So mainly we are working in the Windows operating system. And there's a very interesting feature in SPSS, that is the import as well as export. So I'm giving a simple example. So that means you, for your research, you collected your raw informations in either in Excel. And from Excel, when you collect this information in Excel, and for your analysis, statistical analysis, you want to import the data. You want to import the data. 1 minute. You want to import the data in SPSS. Okay. So that is the main feature of import. And what is the meaning of export? Suppose after analyzing, you get some output, and definitely you want to customize your output according to your research. You want to customize your output. So then you can export your output either in Word file or in Excel file. And then according to your research, according to your domain, easily you can customize. So that is the very, very important feature of SPSS, that is the import as well as export. Okay. So now when you start any kind of research, so suppose you are doing research either in the primary data or in the secondary data. So primary data, that is basically you have to form some questionnaire design. Maybe you have gone for the survey design, interview-based design. Okay, and then you collect some data from the respondents. And when you collect these informations in the form of Excel sheet, so basically this is called the raw information. And from raw information, you want to put in some software like SPSS for your analysis. So when you put your research questions in some form of software, so that is basically divided into 5 parts. So what are the 5 parts? First part is the variable view. This is the first part. That means how many variable for your research you need. That is the first part. Second part is according to the variable, what respondents or what data you have collected. So that is called the data view. So this is the again I repeat, this is the first part is the variable view. Second part is the data view. Third part is the output view. And that is basically this output view, basically depending on the statistical analysis. Output, statistical analysis. After these 3 parts are very, very important. And then you go for the draft view. So draft view means directly you can take the printout direct from SPSS output. Direct, that is in the draft view. And last one is the syntax view. So what is syntax view? Excel, already you know the Excel. Excel basically a menu-driven software. And some part in Excel, you have to write some program. Similarly, SPSS is a menu-driven as well as a syntax-driven. So for the some kind of research, you have to write some program in SPSS. Okay. And everyone, why nowadays SPSS is so powerful? Because the backend of SPSS, is the Python language. That's why when you go for some writing in programming, so you have to write some Python coding in the SPSS syntax. So that's why these are the 5 parts. So again, I'm repeating when we start any kind of research, so these 3 parts are very important. First one is the variable view, second one is the data view, third one is the output view. Basically, output view basically based on your, basically based on your that is your domain knowledge. Okay. Now, I am coming to some example. Is it visible, this data set?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Oh, every time I have to share, no, that is 1 minute. Okay, I understand. Actually, I am working in Google. And, team. Now it is visible, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm giving I am taking a very small example. I hope then you can easily understand. Actually, my computer is to some extent disturbing today. Okay. So the simple example is that suppose I'm giving a simple example. Say there is a classroom, and the classroom consisting of say 15 students. 15 students, and every student having some unique roll number. Again, repeat, a classroom containing 15 students, and every student having some unique roll number. This is the first thing. And they have given examinations in the 3 subjects. Say mathematics is one of the subjects, say statistics, say operation research. You can consider any 3 subjects. Maybe instead of 3 subjects, you can consider more than 3 subjects. Okay. So here, for your understanding, I have taken only 3 subjects: subject 1, subject 2, and subject 3. And class is the mixture of girl student and boy student. So that is called gender. So first of all, when you start SPSS, so we have to know that how many variables involved for my research. How many variables involved for my research? So definitely, when I talk about these variables, so I have to know what are the category of what are the nature of the variable, which is very important. So for this case, for this example, I have taken only 5 variables. The number 1 is the roll number. Second one is the subject 1, which is called mathematics. Another subject is statistics. Another subject is operation research. And the class is combination of male and female students. That is basically gender. So here we can consider that is we have the total 5 variables. So now, since there are 15 roll number students, so roll number data type. So in SPSS, this is the variable view. So first column is the name. So under name column, you have to input all the variables under name column, all the variables. Suppose I am giving a simple question. Say for your research, you have say 20 questions. So then you put the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q20. Okay, so these are questions. And then what is the type of the questions for roll number? We know roll number is the numeric. So that is the type. Subject, marks of the subject 1, that is also numeric. Marks of the subject 2, that is also numeric. Marks of the subject numeric. And gender, why I have taken gender numeric? Because we know the gender means male and female. So, but we convert male as a numeric one by coding the values, and female as the numeric one. So that is the coding form, character to numeric. So that's why initially we consider all are numeric. There is the roll number is the numeric, and roll number is the numeric, subject 1 is the numeric, subject 2 numeric, and so on. So this is the second column. So first is the how many variables involved for your research. Second column is the what are the type of the variable. So how many types? So this is just if you select it, and if you select it, so these are all types of the variable. Some data type is the numeric, some data type is the comma, some data type is the dot. So definitely these are used for the different applications. Suppose I'm telling you, if you 1 minute, different. Suppose there is some data type is called date. Date basically used for if we go for the time series research. There are some data type is the dollar. So basically it is the currency notation. So there are so many types of data type. Okay. Actually, my computer is I don't know why. Why? Okay. Is it okay up to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the question is, what is the width and decimals? That is the third column. The width means, say, roll number, there are 15 students and roll number starting from 1, 2, 3, dot, dot, dot. So since there is the number of student is 15, that's why you have taken width, means 2 bits, with these 2. So with the help of 2 bits, with these 2, we can cover the 100 students. So you can ask me, how it is 100? Because if we take the roll number, first student roll number is 00, then we can consider the last student roll number as the 99. So that's why it can cover the 100 students. Similarly, if we can start the first student roll number is 1, 0, 1, and then last student roll number is 0, 0, so it covers also the 100 students. So with the help of with 2, we can cover, the 100 students, okay, with 2. So can you tell me how you can control my cursor? Because this is gradually downwards. Anyone can, computer expert?
Sir, I think you have a keyboard problem.
Keyboard problem, no? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now, okay. So that is the width, and since the roll number is, the integer, there is no fraction values, and that's why you have taken decimal as 0. Similarly, in case of subject 1, the total marks is 100. So there is a chance that a student can get 100 out of 100. And there is no fraction marking. So that's why we have taken, there is 3 and decimal as 0, because no fraction marking. And there is a chance a student can get 100 out of 100. Similarly for subject 2, same thing. And similarly for subject 3, same thing. Now come to the gender part. And gender part, we know that is the male and female. And male can be coded as 1 and female can be coded as 2. You can take any kind of code, I'm telling you, any kind of code. So there is no, that should be okay. And that's why the width as, 1 and width as 1. Width as 1 and, yeah, and decimal is 0. Okay. Now, come to the 5th part, that is the 5th column. 5th column is very, very important. What is 5th column? That is basically used, for the documentation of the name column. Because in name column, when you put solve any or research problem using SPSS, so under name column you give the abbreviation. Again, I'm repeating. Under name column you give the abbreviation. Suppose for your research you have the 20 questions, so you write question 1, question 2, question 3, and so on. So now detailing part of question 1 and question 2, so that we write in the level. So this level basically used for, documentation of the name column. So that's very, very important column is the 5th column. Because for any kind of research, you need your documentation of your variables which you will use. Okay. So that is the level column. Now come to the 6th column. So those who are, I'm telling you today mainly we'll go for maximum 7 column concept. Basically, there are so many versions of SPSS. In version 15 to 17, there are 10 columns, but when the versions are changing from 18, now it is 28 version already, installed already in SPSS, 28 version. That in version, there are total 11 columns. That part today I will not discuss. Today I'll discuss maximum the 7 column concept. Question is why? Because when you start any kind of research, these 7 columns are very, very important. Okay. And after during some intermediate process, we need the concept of other column in SPSS that is called the missing column. Missing column, very important. And column and alignment column, so that will come automatically. So I'm telling you, what are the 7 columns today we'll discuss. One is the name column. How many variables involved for my research? What is then the type column? That is what is my data type of the variables, and what is the with the decimal of the each variable. Then what is the level? That is the documentation of the name column, and what is the values part? That is the conversion, from the qualitative variable to the numeric variable or quantitative variable. So that is very important. That part I am showing. Say this is for the roll number, no need for values. For subject 1, this is no need for values because this is the marks. Subject 2, no need for values. But gender, we have to convert male as we have to give some value of male and to give some value for female. So how we can make conversion? This is very, very important. So I'm showing this. When you select it, you will get this menu. And in this menu, there are 2 parts. One is the value and that is the level. So basically, value is the magnitude. That is the magnitude. And level basically is the character. So we are changing some, we are giving some value for some level. Say I'm showing how can I convert it. This is very, very important. I'm telling you. Say I'm reviewing. So I like to give value 1. How can I write value 1? And then I can put level male, MALE. And after writing male, you can add. So similarly 2, then we can female. And we can add. So in this way, you can change. So what is that? I'm telling you, most of the researchers, we are doing our research based on some demographic profile. And in the demographic profile, say there is a gender, there is some age, qualification, different income, region. So these are all demographic. And so we can classify age, like say you can write 20 to 29, we can consider as 1. 30 to 39, we can consider as 2. So in this way, we can code different, give the some coding value. So where we can put this value, that is under level, values level. Okay. Similarly, for qualification, some qualifications are UG, less than UG, PG, professional degree. So where you can give under values level. So that means we can easily convert, any character, character or any string value to the values level. So that's why this is a very important value and level. Value means numeric and level means character. Okay. So in this way, you can convert it. And I'm mainly when you start your research, so you are using mainly the Likert scale. So Likert scale, everyone we are using say 5 scale, or maximum case we are using 7 scale, and some cases, we are using the 9 scale concept. So where we can put this scaling concept, say I can write say 1 equal to very poor, 2 equal to poor, 3 equal to average, 4 equal to good, and 5 equal to very good. Say if we use the 5 scale, so we have to write under value scale. So for this, any question in this way, we can write. Okay. So after this, so this is basically the concept of variable view. Okay. So naturally, another thing we have to remember, suppose if we write roll number, if I give in roll number, if we write RO double L, give the space, it will not work. If we got 1, it will not work. Okay, this will not work. So that means, what does it mean? When you write something, will not give any space. Okay. But one thing I can do, that in roll number, how can I write it? So you can write RO double L underscore. That is accepted. Underscore roll number. That is accepted.
Actually, sir is facing some technical issues, so we'll be resolving it shortly. Please wait.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
Okay, now actually for 2 or 3 minutes network is disturbing actually. Okay. So now it is visible? No.
No, sir.
No, actually again.
No, sir. No, sir.
I understand.
No, sir.
I understand.
No, sir.
Actually, the share screen is visible. Screen is visible. Hello.
No, sir, screen is not visible as of now, sir.
No. I know, but from your there, from the participant organizer end, screen is visible actually. Post visible my participant screen. Screen is visible. Yeah. Hello.
No, sir. Screen is not visible, sir.
No. Screen is not visible. But from my side, it is okay. But from the host side, it is not coming.
Okay, sir, I'm just okay. Just a moment.
My side, it is okay.
Sir, can you try now?
I'm trying. Now it is okay. Is it visible, the blank screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir, blank screen
Yes,
is
sir.
visible.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. See, you remember this 4-letter to-do? Is the 4-letter is very important. Is the first D is for description. Is visible?
No, sir.
Not visible.
No, sir.
Sir, only the blank screen is visible.
I'm writing something.
No, sir.
That's not visible, sir.
Why not? Why not? The problem of Zoom actually. Now it is visible.
So
Yes, sir.
actually,
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
For description,
It's working, sir.
O for, now it is visible.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
O D for description, when you O for ordering is so D for description, O for ordering, another D for distance, and last O is for origin. So these are basically, the 4 types of data. So when you go for some roll number, so you have to describe roll number like 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is basically the nominal measure. So some data used for, only for description, that is called the nominal. And when you make some questionnaire, like some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. So that means 2 is greater than 1, 3 is greater than 2, 4 is greater than 3, 5 is greater than 4. So that means you are maintaining some order. So that is called ordering scale, ordering, okay, order maintain. Next part is called the distance. That is basically scale. There are some measures. Suppose your income, my age. So that is basically in scale. Suppose some marks and subjects. And when this type of thing is given, that is called scale. In the research purpose, this is called the interval scale. Okay. And another scale is called the ratio to scale. So there are 4 types of scaling. Mainly we are using. One is the nominal, one is the ordinal, one is the interval, and another is the ratio to scale. But what is the advantage of a software SPSS? That when you apply SPSS, you need only the 3 types of measures. One is the nominal measure, one is the ordinal measure, another is the scale measures. So we started with example. We have taken roll number. That is, roll number is the called nominal measure because it is used for description. Okay. Similarly, we consider the 3 subjects. That is the subject 1 marks, subject 2 marks, subject 3 marks. So these are called scale measures because this is only scale, only the values. That means when I can apply some arithmetic operator like plus, minus, multiplication, division, so that is called the scale measures. And here the gender, basically male and female. So that is also used for description. That means also the nominal measure. Is it okay? Hello, my voice is audible?
Yes, sir. But the screen is
Screen
stuck
is
over.
Okay,
Screen is
I'm not writing anything. I know. I'm just now. This screen is coming.
No, sir.
Actually, this is the problem of Zoom. I don't know why it's not coming. Okay, now it is coming. Now it will come.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So just to think, that roll number is the nominal scale, and roll number is the nominal scale. Subject 1, mathematics, that is called, if you just to think, yeah, subject 1 is the scale measures, This is subject to scale measures, subject to scale measures, and gender is the nominal. So here we have used, two types of measure. One is the nominal, another is the scale. Okay. Then you come to the data view. That is the data view. This is my data view. How many observations? 15 observations. There are different. Is it okay? It is visible, data view?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
There are 15 roll numbers. There are different subject marks. There are different subject 2 marks. There are different subject 3 marks. And this is the gender. So what is the first phase of the SPSS? Now you have some problem of your research. And according to your problem, you collected either the primary data or the secondary data, either in the Excel form, that is the raw form. Now for the statistical analysis, you can easily import the data directly from Excel to SPSS, or you can directly put in SPSS, directly put. So I am telling you, for the better research, first you go for variable view directly, put the how many variables involved for your research, and then you complete your data view. Okay. And for the data view purpose, you can copy from Excel to SPSS. But your variable view, this is basically the sequential. Sequential means any kind of research is a sequential. Suppose if you first of all any research, you have some title. You have some title, and according to your title, you create some abstract of your research, and this abstract based on some important keyword at that part. And on the basis for of research methodological part, you collect your data set, and that data may be primary data, may be secondary data. And when you collect this data, so your next part is how to analyze the data according to your research objective. Okay. And then when you go for analyze, so then you the need of the software. Basically, the SPSS, Stata, Jamovi, these are the so many software, R, Python. So these are basically used for the tools for giving the analysis purpose. Okay. Mainly the concept is your fundamental concept, that is the domain knowledge. So there are two types of things in the research. One is the theoretically, we have to know the fundamental thing. You have to dealing our theoretical construct is very powerful. Another is the methodological. Okay. Now, I'm showing some. 1 minute. Okay. So I am showing one by one very small application. Then I hope you can understand. So for this problem, there are say 15 students and there are 3 subject marks and the gender. Okay. Now question query 1, can we find the average marks for each student? This is my first question. Using SPSS, average marks for each student. So average marks for each student. So you can write with me, say, what is the step 1? How can you get the average marks? Already you solve in Excel sheet that how can you get the average? Okay, that is very simple. Now, how can you solve the average using SPSS? So that is the first you go to the transform menu. You can write it, transform menu. Okay. And under transform, there is some compute variable. So when you select this compute, this menu will come. This menu will come. So these are called, different panels. One is the target variable. This is one panel. It is visible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, target variable.
Yes, sir.
These are target variable. And this is called, the numeric expression. That is where I can write some numeric expression like plus, minus, algebraic, trigonometric, any kind of numeric expression we can write. And this is our 5 variables. And that is inbuilt. This is inbuilt calculator in SPSS. Some noise is coming. Hello, some noise is coming.
Yes, sir, we have muted that participant.
So this is called inbuilt calculator. And these are different functional groups, mathematical and statistics, like the Excel. Okay, and that is the nested if condition. Just to think in a single menu, how many things are covered. We are covering some statistical concept, okay, covering some statistical concept like there is the target variable. Suppose I want to find average, you can write AVG, average. So average means my target variable, we want to find average. So we know what is average. That is, suppose there are 3 variables, say x1, x2, x3. So how can we get the average value? Now x1 plus x2 plus x3 divided by 3. So that part we can write in the numeric expression. We start with the first bracket open. And this is my mathematics is one subject, statistics is another subject, and operation research is another subject. So we can select mathematics, that is subject 1, and you give the plus sign. Subject 2, give the plus sign, and subject 3, plus sign, and closed by this is the closing bracket, and divided by 3. So that is the average. Again, repeat, since there are 3 subjects, so we have to compute the average of marks for each student. So that is subject 1 plus subject 2 plus subject 3 divided by 3, since there are 3 subjects. If there are 4 subjects, divide by 4. Now click OK. So when you click OK, just to check, this is it okay, visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just to think we get the average of the all students. This is very simple in Excel also. But what is the advantage of SPSS? Now, after calculating this average, if you go to the variable view, this average variable is already created. Average variable is already created. Okay. So that is the concept because initially started with the 5 variables, and using for my objective, we can create so many transaction variable like average. Similarly, we can create some other variable also using the 3 variable. Suppose I can find what is the difference of which is the maximum of 3 subjects. So many things we can find. Okay. So this is the one query. Second query is very interesting. I'm telling you, anyone can ask me that which one is the most important command under descriptive analysis. So when you start under any kind of data analysis, so any kind of data analysis, divided into 4 parts. Any kind of data analysis. So what are the 4 parts? The first part is descriptive analysis. How we can explore my data. That is called the descriptive analysis. So then I will come under descriptive, which part will be coming. Okay. And so we need one simple command by which we can analyze my descriptive part. It's a simple command. Okay. That's what I will show you. This is the first thing. So after descriptive, which part we need for our research? That is called the diagnostic part. So what do you mean? Now you can ask me the question, what is the diagnostic part? So diagnostic part means, when you collect the data, that data is not the deterministic. That is the random data. That is the random data. That is based on perception of the human beings. So that's why it's called random. So we need the concept of probability. And that's why since we need the concept of probability and we are collecting the data from the different sources, we need the concept of sampling. Okay? Sampling. And after sampling, we have to test our sample correctly collected or not. So we need some estimation process. And after estimation process, we have to test it. That is our sample collection is okay or not, testing. And that's why for any kind of research, testing of hypothesis is very important. And that will come, this type of thing will come under diagnostic part. So first part is the descriptive part, first part is the descriptive part. What is the second part? Diagnostic part. So after diagnostic part is over, there is all types of probability, sampling, test of hypothesis. Then we will come for the prediction. So what is the prediction part? Now our objective is to predict a model on the basis of my information which we have collected. Okay, that is called the prediction part. Prediction part. So that and last part is the prescriptive part. That is how to minimize the error part. So that's why any kind of data analysis, divided into 4 parts. First part is again repeat. First part is the descriptive. Second part is the diagnostic. Third part is the prediction, predictive model, and fourth part is the prescriptive model. So you just try to remember there are 2D and 2P. So what are the first 2D? But first is the descriptive and second is the diagnostic. What are the 2P? The first P is the prediction, second P is the prescription. So why we need because after predicting a model, what is the main objective? How to reduce the error. Question is why? Because when you feed any kind of model, that is based on the past information. And on the basis of past information, we are trying to predict the future. So obviously, if your model is robust, so there is a high chance of getting a good results in the future. Okay, so this is the main objective of any kind of research. Another thing is that because we know our social science research basically based on the 2 types of data. One is the primary data, another is the secondary data. So there is another type of data, that is the experimental data. So mainly we are using the observed data, which are based on basically secondary as well as the primary. So I am telling you, if we deal with any kind of primary data, so then you need so many types of validation. Okay. So that is maybe for today's class, it's not possible to show that. So today I am showing some application of SPSS initially for the first term, and second up I will give the theoretical concept of correlation regression and take some small case solved by SPSS. Okay. Up to this, okay to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, my second query is, what is the important command in SPSS by which we can explore my data set? Again, repeat. What is the important command in SPSS by which we can explore my data set? Because how we can, that is called exploring data. So you can write the command, you go to analyze. Go to descriptive. And select explore. Is it okay? So naturally, first step is analyze. Second step is the descriptive statistics. And third is the explore. Okay. So select explore. If we select it, we get this. So suppose we are selecting mathematics. We are selecting statistics. We want to explore this operation research. And this is the statistics. So, okay, that part I will come later on. So we select it.
Sir, one show me data view.
Can I show the data?
Data view.
This is okay. Hello, data.
Yes, sir.
So you want to explore subject 1, subject 2, subject 3. Why? Because the subject 1, subject 2, subject 3, these 3 are scale variable. Already I told you, these are the scale variable. So you want to explore it. So how we can explore? We go to analyze. Go to analyze. Okay, descriptive. Select explore. It is okay now.
Yes, sir.
Now click OK. So we get this out. Output is visible.
No, sir.
Output is not visible.
No, sir.
Okay, just a minute. I hope now it is visible.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the output view of SPSS. So first you check the case processing summary. So how many variables? 3 variables. And for each variable, what are the observation? 15 observations. That is 100% are present. 100% are present. No is missing. Okay. This is the case. So when you apply any kind of analysis using SPSS, you get this type of case processing summary. And from case processing summary, you'll understand that is how many observations, how many sample are present and how many sample are missing. Because in any research, mainly in the primary data research, there is a very interesting analysis. It's called the missing analysis. Okay. In maximum cases, you will not get data. Maximum cases. Okay. So that is called the missing analysis. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now, so now in the second case, this is the descriptives. Already you studied in the last 2 classes. That is, what are the descriptive? You know the mean, you know the median, variance, standard deviation, maximum, minimum, range, interquartile range, skewness, and kurtosis. Already you have studied, yes? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Already have studied.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes,
can
sir.
this is very important. So when you get this type of thing, so you get some idea that what is the median for mathematics. Yeah, what is the standard deviation for this? What is the minimum value of the subject on the maximum? What every descriptive you get. What is the interquartile range? That is the Q3 minus Q1. Your voice is not clear. Similarly for the statistics, similarly for the operation research. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, after getting these descriptive statistics, there is a very interesting results that is called the stem and leaf. So do you know what is the concept of stem and leaf? Have you heard the term?
No,
No.
sir.
No,
sir. No, sir.
It is very important, I am telling you. Because in case of when you get any data. So the problem is statistics, deals with the aggregate, not with the individual. Suppose if you have say 1,000 data set and 1,000 data set, so naturally it is not possible to deal with the all 1,000 individual. So what we can do, we can create some class. we can create some class, that is class interval. Okay, that means we can create some frequency distribution. So now this stem and leaf gives some individual idea. Try to understand. I'm showing one thing. Then first of all, you tell me this screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to transform. Then we go for visual binning. Visual binning. Visual binning means, we like to bind some class, make some class interval. So I'm showing one class like mathematics. Mathematics, that is the subject one, and continue. So we select, we give some name, say NEW underscore M. Okay. And there are two parts. One is the included, another the excluded. And we know the class boundary is the included part. There is the continuous part, there is no gap. And class interval, that is a discrete case. Say 10 to 19, 20 to 29. So these are the example of class interval. But 10 to 20, 20 to 30, these are the example of class boundary. And when you solve your research, so try to convert, your raw data, that is, you convert into the class interval. So you select the exclude part. Exclude part. And after selecting exclude part, you go for make cut points. Then this menu will come. So then what will do that? So first of all, what is your first cut point location? First cut point location means what is your minimum value in your data? Minimum value in your data. So here minimum value is the 30. You write 30. Then you select width. Say we select the class width is say 10. Then the number of cut points will come automatically. And here we have taken 10. Just a minute. Number of cut points will come 6. What is the meaning? That means we are taking with the class as 10 and number of classes, number of cut points are 6. So what is the minimum number of cut points? I'm showing. Go for apply it. This is the cut point. So one cut point is 32, another cut point is 42. Oh, sorry. One minute. Just a minute. It is visible, no? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Now it is okay. It is visible.
Yes, sir.
So just to think, what is the meaning of this? So one class is 32 to 41 because width is 10. And another class is 40 to 51. Another class is 50 to 61. So in this way, we can create the class. Now click OK. Now come to the, it is visible. Hello?
What, sir?
Not visible. Is the input file?
No, sir.
Now it is visible.
No, sir.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah. So just you think, what is the meaning of this marks 30, marks 34, 34 lies in which class? Can you tell me?
Second.
Second class. Why second class? Because first class is below 32. Your minimum value started from 32. So definitely there will be a class below 32 starting from 0 to 32. Class, your second class is 32 to 41. And what is the 56? 56 in the fourth class. Similarly, 45 in the third class. Now, I want to find what is the frequency distribution. Is it okay? Visible?
Yes, sir.
Is it visible output?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what is the output?
Frequencies.
Frequency distribution. Now, I'm showing another results. Frequency is not coming actually.
అది రాసినా రేపే ఎగ్జామ్ 3,135 ఉంది కదా దాంట్లో రాసారా అసైన్మెంట్ దాంట్లో
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Very important part. Try to understand. So this is called, this is called changing the mode. The level to value, value to level. So that is called value. And this is called level. Okay.
Okay.
So naturally, from these you can understand that gender is a categorical variable and new also categorical variable. So we know that is there are two types of categorical variable. One is the nominal, another is the ordinal. So gender is the nominal categorical, and this is also, there is the marks, there is the ordinal type of category. Why? Because
Ranking.
yeah, because 4 is greater than 2. This is the marks. 3 is less than 4. 6 is greater than 4. 7 is greater than 7. So that's why this is a we can say ordinal type of data set. Okay, but gender is the nominal type of data set. So this is the changing from value to this. Now we can go for descriptive statistics frequency distribution. So now click OK. This is, I hope it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Just
Yes,
you
sir.
think, this is your class. This is
32 to
your
40.
class. 32 to 41, that frequency is 3. So how many observations will fall under this class 3? This is 3. So when you deal a data set of 1000 data set, so easily you can divide into classes. Is it okay to all of you or not?
Yes, sir.
This is very, very important aspect. So now, if I ask the question, can you tell me that under 32 to 41, there are 3 observations, but we don't know what are the observations. Maybe 32 repeated 3 times, I don't know. Maybe any value in between 32 to 41 repeated 1 time. Maybe the observations are 32, 40, 41. How can I get it? The answer is stem and leaf. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
So now we go to again transform menu. Then we go to analyze, go to descriptive, and go to explore. And we are exploring, say, only mathematics, only for your understanding I am showing. We are exploring this. The output is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now after getting this, this is the stem in leaf of mathematics. So what is the meaning? Here the stem is 3. Here the stem is 3. Just you check my cursor movement.
Yes, sir.
Stem is 3. And here the stem with this 10.
Hmm.
So what you will do that? You 3 into 10, we get 30.
Hmm.
And you leave. A leaf means there are 3 leaves. Because why? Because frequency is 3. So what are the 3 leaves? First leaf is 2. Second leaf is 3. Third leaf is 4. So you add with 30. So 32, 30, and 30. So these are the observations. You can repeat. Stem is 3. So 3 into 10, 30. Then you add the leaves. So 30 plus 2. So one observation is 32. 30 plus 3. Second observation is 33. 30 plus 4. Third observation is 34. So in this way, we get the 3 observations for the first class is 32, 33, and 34. Now come to the second class. Stem is 4. Yeah, 43, 44, 45. Thank you. Second, third class 55, 56. In the fourth class 60, 64, 66. 77, 78, 87, because there is a single observation.
Yes.
Okay. This is very, very nice.
Nice.
Next part is.
Sir, if the observation is repeated, for example, if the number is repeated, will it show that way also?
Yeah, that part also will show. Definitely. Definitely.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
This is very good question. This is the most important part for your research. So, there is a concept of 5-point summary. So when you get some data, so you apply this 5-point summary. So what is the 5-point summary? What is anyone can tell?
Min, max, quartile 1, median.
Yes, yes, thank you. So this is the from the figure, this is the minimum value, this is the maximum value, and this is the third quartile Q3, this is the Q2, and this is the Q1. So these are called 5-point summary. And what is the importance of 5-point summary? Because from the if we get the 5-point summary concept and the above this line and below this line, these are called outlier. Outlier means from a data set. So actually my digital board is not working. This is very important aspect of the, do you know what is outlier? Hello?
The observations which are away from the normal, which are deviating, because of which we get wrong results.
Just a minute. Just. First of all, you tell me this screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it is visible.
Yeah, sir. 2468.
Yeah. Can you tell me what is the mean?
Mean
6.
Very good. Very good. Now, just you check 8 and 10 above 6. 2 and 4 below 6. And they are basically symmetric in nature. But if we take another observation, say like 60, what is the mean? $15. Hello.
yeah, sir.
So now you place 15 here. Because 15 is the mean. So 5 observations below 15. And 1 observation above 16 is a far away. Far away. So we can consider 60 is the outlier. Okay. It's a very interesting case. When you get some research, you have to find the, if you have so many outliers, you will not get any robust model. Okay. So, if you consider the share market data, it's so volatile. So there are sometimes there are heavy, very extreme good values and sometimes extreme very bad values. So there are so many outliers. And that's why it's very difficult, to predict the share market. Am I wrong or right? Okay. Hello. So I'm giving a very simple
You
example.
are right, sir.
A very simple example, try to understand. Say there are 5 observations. What is the problem of statistics? 5 observations. That is 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. So from these observations, we get mean equal to 40. And also median, that is also 40. Now, we change the observations. 20, 35, 40, 45, 60. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
So this is the set 1 and this is the set 2. So can you tell me which set is very consistent? This is the set 1 data.
Set 1, sir. Set 1, sir.
Okay. But the answer is set 2 is the consistent. Question is why? Because here mean is 40 and is the neighboring observations. One is 30, deviation is -10. And 50, deviation is plus. If we consider the second set, here deviation is -5 and deviation is +5. So deviation is less in second set of observation with respect to the mean for the neighboring observations. So we can say, that second set is consistent. And that's why we need one measure that is called standard deviation. Because with the help of standard deviation, we can find that is how much the deviated from the mean. If the standard deviation is less, so definitely, the scatteredness is less, deviation is less. So that's why we need the measure is called standard deviation. So I'm telling you, when you get any kind of data set, so that data set is divided into, the basically 5-point plus 4-point summary. 5-point plus 4-point summary. So what are the 5-point summary? The 5-point summary is the format data set. We get the minimum, Q1, Q2, Q3, and maximum. These are called 5-point. And what are the 4-point summary? So we find the mean, standard deviation, skewness, and curvature. Is it okay? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The main part.
Yes, sir.
And this is and when you start your research, what is the sequential process? You start with the univariate statistics, then you go to the bivariate statistics, and then you go to the multivariate statistics. So this is basically a sequential process. So without knowing, because I will show you in the second half that how we'll come to the bivariate part from the univariate. So when you start my covariance concept or correlation concept, we start from univariate part. So what are the main things is the univariate analysis? That is basically mean and standard deviation initial. And you have to know mean and standard, what are the application of mean and what is the application of standard deviation. Okay. Now, I am showing the last part before the first step. So, just a minute. First of all, you tell me it is visible.
Yes, sir.
So that is a very, very important part for the primary data research, not only primary, for any kind of data research. The name is called OLAP. Have you heard the name OLAP?
No, sir.
So you can write OLAP means online analytical process. OLAP means online analytical processing. So application is for organizing the information, number one. Organizing the information and comparing the results. This is the application. And OLAP can be used for different types of report generation. Different types of report generation. So this is, so what is the report generation? I'm showing with this example. So in case of OLAP, we consider two types of variables. In case of OLAP, we consider two types of variables. One is summary variable. Another is the grouping variable. I can repeat, in case of OLAP, we consider two types of variable. One is summary variable, another is the grouping variable. And summary variable, is the scale variable. Summary variable is the scale variable, and grouping variable is the categorical variable. And this categorical variable may be nominal or may be ordinal. So we can, through OLAP, we can generate report for different types of categorical variable. Maybe you can generate report for the nominal type of data, like gender, male and female. Okay, and similarly, we can generate a report for any kind of ordinal type of data. So this is the main application of OLAP. So how can we solve, using SPSS? So you go to analyze, you write the set, you go to the analyze, write the syntax, analyze. Go to reports. Go to reports. Go to analyze, go to reports. Then you go to select OLAP cubes. OLAP cubes. Is it okay?
Okay, sir.
So now when you select these OLAP cubes, you get this menu. You get this menu. And there are two parts. There are three. These are called panels. This is called left panel, and these are called the right panel. And right panels. So in the under summary variable, you select mathematics, statistics, and operation research, because these are called scale variable. One minute. Mathematics, statistics, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
And under grouping variable, gender is the grouping variable.
Yeah.
So you have to know from your research, which are the summary variables and which are the grouping variables. And you click OK. Then you get these results.
OLAP cubes.
Yeah. So question is, how we do, we can analyze it. This is most important. So first of all, first you check, this is the gender total. So there are total 15 observations. 15 observations, including male and female. And out of 15 observations, this is the total summation marks, total marks of mathematics. That is the total marks obtained by the 15 students. Total marks obtained by 15 students in statistics and in operation research. And this is the mean, and this is the standard deviation, average marks. But I like to know what the average marks obtained by male and what the average marks obtained by female. Is it okay? Because I like to generate a report for the gender wise. So what we can do that is just click the output twice. Click the mouse twice. Then this will come. And if we select gender, then it is male, female. And if we select male, this is the answer of the male. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And if we select female, this is the answer of the female. So automatically, you can ask me the question, yes, sir, when you select male, then males are coming. And when you select female, then females are coming. But I want a report because I need this report for my research. So I need this report in a single page. So how can I generate output, in a single page of SPSS? This is a real question. Because I need a single page output where we get male report as well as the female. Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay. So we go to analyze. Go to analyze. Go to report. And go to OLAP. Sorry, go to analyze. Then go to case summary. Go to case summary. You select mathematics, statistics, what, and grouping variable is gender. Select statistics. You select mean. And you select, standard deviation. Continue. Click OK. Just two things. We get the summary, detailing summary. This is the mathematics mean standard deviation for male. This is the mean standard deviation for female. So easily you can compare whose performance is good in mathematics. Here the average marks for male is more than average marks of female. Is it okay? So mathematics performance compared to, if we can compare, male is good, average marks. Similarly, statistics marks, female is good. If we check the operation research mark, female's performance are good according to this data set. Is it okay or not? So now your question is, sir, in any kind of research, there are, so many types of demographic profiles. So many types of demographic profiles. So how can I generate? So definitely, SPSS supports 11 kind of demographic maximum. You can consider 11 kind of demographic. Okay. In maximum cases, if you take 7, is enough. 7 demographic is enough for any research. So you can, what are the 7 demographics? Say gender, say your age classification, say your income, qualification, region, your, another thing is, you tell me the region 5. Another you can take rural or urban. Urban, that is the region, and that is the state. So many things. 7 demographics, not a matter of joke. No? Am I wrong or right? Okay. Is it okay, this concept?
Okay, sir.
And another thing I'm telling you, say, okay, say here gender, male, female, you can take also age classification. So gender male for age group 20 to 29, the reports we can generate. So gender male, age group say 30 to 39, reports can be generated. So in this way, you can generate so many reports, okay, for the different summary. Okay, this is very, very important for primary research. Huge application of that. So any question you can ask me. So then next session I will start after 10 minutes. So before that, I like to prepare my, repair my laptop. My laptop is really disturbing today. Do you have any query?
Sir, can you show once more the visual being one?
Which part?
Visual binning. That you
Huh?
have made in visual binning.
I don't understand your question. Can you tell me? Repeat. Which
Sir,
part? This
visual
part?
binning. Yes, no,
Oh,
sir.
visual binding. Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. No problem. Just a minute. Huh? First of all, you go to SPSS. Is it visible screen?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You go to transformation. You can write the steps. You can write the steps. You go to transformation. Then select visual binding. So I'm selecting statistics. Clear this step? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Then continue. Okay. Then according to you, use type stat. You give the name stat because you want to form the class interval of the statistics subject. So I am giving the name stat only for my understanding. Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Now there are two parts. One is the class boundary. Another is the class interval. Class boundary means there is no gap. Say 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, no gap. And in case of class interval, there is a gap. Hello.
Sir, screen is not visible.
Now it is visible.
Yeah.
Now you go for excluded. That is a class interval. Clear? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Now we go for make cut points. Because we know if you go through the frequency distribution chapter, so there are three parts. One is the how many classes, what is the width of the classes, and what is the range of the classes. There are three parts. Okay. So in the three part, first part is the first cut point location. That is the what is the minimum value of your observation. There it is 32. That is you get from the graph, histogram. 32 is the minimum observation. And on the basis of your domain, you can consider the width of the class. And what is the advantage of taking width? Because if you take width as an integer, number of classes can never be fraction. That's why it is better if you take the width. So you can consider 10. Always, and if we select this, number of class will come automatically. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Naturally, if we make less width, suppose if we give 5, automatically number of cut points will be more.
No. It depends
Okay.
on which point.
Naturally, number of cut points will change.
Okay, sir.
And apply it. Then you go to the make levels. So what is the first level? Less than 32, we get a first point. Less than 32.
Yes,
Then 32 to 41 is the second class. 42 to 51 is the third class. 52 to 61 is the fourth class. So already I told you 34 is the mathematics marks which lies in the second class. Already I told you. 56 lies in the fourth class. This is the fifth class, this is the sixth class, seventh class. There are total 7 classes. If there are 6 cut points, there will be 7 classes. Class will be more than 1. Question is why your minimum value is not 0. Okay, your minimum value is 32. So definitely below 32, there will be a class.
Yes.
Okay. Now click OK. So then this, menu will come. There is a binning specification will create one variable. That means your operation is correct. Then click OK. When you click OK, if you go to SPSS input, we get this. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir,
Yes,
it is visible.
So naturally, just you think the first subject 32 is coming under 3241. And very interesting part, I'm telling you, if you just wait. If you select this menu, this will do. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. It comes under the
Transformation. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, the advantage of this, what is the advantage of this? I'm telling you. What is the utility of SPSS software? If you go to the variable view, just you think that is the value levels. Is it okay?
Yes,
Already created.
Yeah.
It is visible to you.
It's not visible, but in my computer it is visible. So I'm
Okay,
practicing it.
not visible, no?
No, I don't think it is.
1 minute, I'm coming.
visible.
1 minute. Now it is visible.
Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Less than 32
Yes, sir.
1 plus 32. This is already created in the variable view. That is the math. We created the give the name of math, and this is the value levels.
Sir, I
Okay.
have a question. Sir, I have a question.
Tell me.
Sir, in the type section, in the type column, so there is one string. If you click in type, all the rows are numeric.
No. There are so many data types.
So when do we use this string option?
Because suppose if I put some name of the respondent, that is must be a string. Suppose address, so that must be string. Because address containing of the alphabetic and numeric. Say P18 Satgram, P18 Behala, P18 Durgapur, Kolkata, these. So these are the string. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Understood.
I hope it is clear to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you take rest for 10 minutes. I'll be coming after 10 minutes. Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Obviously.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, this is Amit Dey. I am a professor of Swami Vivekananda Group of Management Institutes. Actually, this is a session. It's a wonderful session from Gautam Bandyopadhyay. And actually, I am taking over for some period of just 10 or 15 minutes. Let me introduce our institute, and this is Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes, and we are organizing this with the association with the Indian Accounting Association, and the members, speakers, and all the participants. A very good afternoon, and the faculties. And this is the Swami Vivekananda Group of Management Institutes, SVGI. The MBA department is one of the reputed business institute in Kolkata. And we are actually affiliated with MACA-UT, and also EICT approval is there. We are started our journey in 2008, and with our supervision and guidance from Dr. Nandan Gupta, director of the Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes, and Professor Kakoli Gupta, the HOD of MBA department, and they have guided our institute, and we are here in that level right now. And we are having some vibrant faculty members and staffs who always contributed our success story and success journey. And as for to develop our institute, we are trying to develop every time, every day, and we are trying to develop in all the respects from our institute. Our effort and the contribution helped our students to reach in a very considerable position in the corporate level. So always we try to train them up, and always we try to give them some valuable inputs in terms of the academics, in terms of the training, and in terms of the how they can be successful managers in future. And this institute, when from 2008 and after 2015, and when we have gone through the very bad situation for the 2 years, that is during the COVID situation, we have tried to develop, and we have tried to give the under this circumstances, we try to get rid of the pandemic situation and try to give impart the education to the students online, and we have tried to give maintain the good corporate relations. And this is actually, we are having some excellent faculties like Sharnava sir, I'm telling, and Kakoli madam, this Professor Kakoli Gupta, Amitabha Gupta, and other faculties. They are renowned faculties. They are giving always constantly giving inputs to the students to be a successful in our successful journey always. And quality of education, and we are giving that, we are having good intellectual capital, that proves that we are having some good intellectual capital. And we are also trying to train the students in terms how they can be successful managers in future, and they can be a successful managers in future through they can establish their career in corporates. So they always, this is also, they try to help the corporate relations. We maintain the corporate relations, and we always come with good sessions with the corporate people, there's HRs and other persons who are general managers who are actually have into the corporate for 15 or 20 years, or they have already established their careers. They always give the input how to establish in the management fields. And we are also always our place corporate relations and area. This is our very strongest area of our institute, and we always try to we are dedicated placement team, always try to make a very good corporate relations with the organizations. And during the COVID times, we also maintain that kind of relations, that we can maintain the good placement in our institute, and we always are committed to that, and we're very aggressive placement team as well. Okay, and we are also into the overseas placement and also domestic corporate relations, and which results the students are working a very reputed organizations like TCS, and you can find our students in the corporates like TCS, Genpact, Capgemini, HDFC Bank, IndusInd Bank, Pran Foods Dubai, UAE Exchange Dubai, Lulu Forex Dubai, DTDC, Dabur, and other various branded companies globally, as well as in Indian context. Finally, I am very thankful to Indian Accounting Association and the members and the speakers, participants, principal of SBGI, and other faculties to make this session successful. And hope this association will come over the years and continue this relationship forever. And definitely all the research workers and all the faculties and other members can develop themselves, and they can know that how they can how these things are so important in this industry, in the research field, as well as into the field of the education. And thanks to everyone, and this is thanks to everyone. And definitely next year also we will have this session, and definitely it will help in all the aspects. And definitely Swami Vivekananda Institutes will be, and our students, and every sphere of the national level, they will be benefited through this. Definitely thank you, and thank you to everyone. And I hand it over to Mr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay for the next session. Thank you so much to everyone.
For this introductory session about this MB department of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes. So we are having this particular break, but whenever our Sir Gautam Bandyopadhyay is ready to, we can start the session, sir.
Okay, so thank you, Amit, for your nice conversation about your very good. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And definitely hope that this association will last long, and
Right.
definitely we can carry on this relationship in future. Definitely, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So before starting the second session, my voice is audible to all the participants?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before starting the second session, so I like to ask you one thing. Have you heard the term correlation covariance? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Very good. So, just a minute. Hello, screen is visible?
No.
No, sir.
My voice is audible?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
This is not coming. The screen is visible now?
Yes, sir.
So better.
Sir, a blank screen is visible, sir.
No sign is coming?
Yes, sir. Something you are writing something.
Yeah. Say, suppose there are two variables x and y. So for your understanding, I am taking the example of temperature and demand of cold drinks. Demand of cold drinks. So we know the temperature increase, demand of cold drinks increase. Temperature decrease, demand of cold drink decrease. So another example is demand of woolen goods. Woolen goods. So again, temperature increase, demand of woolen goods decrease. Okay. So here we consider, the two variables. One is temperature, and that is the demand of cold drinks. One is temperature, another is the demand of woolen goods. So here demand, depending on temperature. So that's why we, hello? Hello? Can I start?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yes.
Audible.
So here we consider, two variables. One is the dependent. Another is the independent. So here temperature we consider as the independent one and demand as the dependent one. So when you study your research, so from your domain, you have to understand that which is my dependent variable and which is my independent variable. That is the very important part. So question is why? Because the first step we study the univariate. That is a single variable. Now we are going to bivariate. And then we go for multivariate. And mainly in our any research, we need all these three. We need univariate, we need bivariate, we need multivariate. And what is the interesting thing is that there is a very interesting sequence.
हमारा बीबी हमको दे नहीं रहे हमको डेली दे
So there is a very interesting sequence of study. First you study the univariate, then you study the bivariate, then you go for multivariate. So today we study initial study obtained from univariate, and then I'll go for bivariate. Say this bivariate basically depending on univariate study, because without knowing mean and standard deviation, we could not start bivariate analysis. Similarly, without knowing any bivariate study measures, we could not start any multivariate analysis. So this is very basically a sequential analysis. So we know already mean. We know standard deviation. So mean, that is x bar, that is equal to summation of xi by n. And we know standard deviation, that is s, square root of 1 by n minus 1, summation of xi minus x bar also. This is very important. We know this thing. Now, so what application we can solve only by knowing mean? Then what is the problem we'll face? Then we take the help of standard deviation and we'll create another basis. So I'm giving one simple example. Say x is a variable. Takes the value of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There are only 5 observations, so n equal to 5. So mean equal to 6. And y is another variable. It takes the value 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. So what is y bar? Y bar equal to 7. So there are 2 sets of observations. So what we can take? We can take the help of visualization. So visualization is very important, for any kind of research. How do you visualize the data set? So for the visualization, we plot in the graphic. That is the x-axis and this is the y-axis. So in the x-axis, we plot 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And y-axis, we plot 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. 9, 11. Just a minute. Now this is 6 is the mean and 7 is the mean for Y. Is it visible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So from 6, we draw a vertical line. And from 7, we draw a horizontal line. So that is the, class 9-10 coordinate geometry. So in the 9-10 coordinate geometry, there are 4 quadrants. So in the first quadrant, both are plus. In the second quadrant, minus plus. In the third quadrant, both are minus. In the fourth quadrant, plus. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
So what is the meaning of this? Now in the first quadrant, the observations are more than mean because both are plus. That is xi greater than x bar and yi greater than y bar. This is along x-axis, these are the xi. This is xi and this is yi. Okay? Hello? Is it okay or not?
Yes, sir.
In the second quadrant, xi less than x bar and yi greater than y bar. This is the second quadrant. In the third quadrant, xi less than x bar and yi less than y bar. Okay. In the fourth quadrant, xi greater than x bar and yi less than y bar. This is the situation. We get this. So in simple mathematics, we know greater than mean plus, greater than means plus. Greater than mean plus. Here greater than is plus, less than is minus. This is less than is minus plus. Okay. So this is a plus plus. That's why it is plus plus. So we know the plus into plus is equal to plus. Some noise is coming. Can I start? Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know the plus into plus, that is equal to plus. Minus into plus, that is equal to minus. Minus into minus, that is equal to plus. And plus into minus, that is equal to, everyone knows it. So from these, we can write one thing. That is xi minus x bar into yi minus y bar. You can put, because plus into plus, that's why xi minus x bar into yi minus x. And we know statistics, based on several observations. How many observations? So we take the summation sign. We take the summation signs, and statistics based on sample size, and that part today I will not discuss. That is divided by n minus 1, not n. That is basically the covariance. Covariance between x. So what is covariance between xy? It is the product of xi minus x bar into yi minus y bar. So I am telling you, if anyone can, if you can tell me, sir, can you give the definition of covariance? So what is the definition of covariance? What is the definition of covariance?
They are independent.
Now, what is the definition of covariance? What is the definition of covariance? You write like this way. That is, covariance is the, you can write it. Covariance is the transformation from XY coordinate plane to xi minus x bar into yi minus y bar plane coordinate. You can repeat. Covariance is nothing but the transformation from xy coordinate plane to xi minus x bar into yi minus y bar coordinate. These are nothing but transformation. Okay. Now, if you check, this is your xy coordinate plane. XY coordinate plane. XY coordinate plane. Okay. So this is your y-axis. This is your x-axis. And what is the origin? 0, 0. So in the xy coordinate plane, origin is 0, 0. That is called xy. And you are transforming this xy coordinate plane in xi minus x bar into yi minus y bar. So that is x bar is the mean of xx, y bar is the mean of y. Is the transformation. Now, so that is the covariance. So it gives the association between two variables. Now, how do you get this? How do you get this? Say, if I say covariance of xy is greater than 0, then we say this is called positive association. If cover of xy is less than 0, that is called negative association. If cover xy equal to 0, that is called zero association. Okay. Now, but problem is, if cover of xy is greater than 0, it can take any value from 0 to infinity. Any large value. This is the real problem. If cover of xy is less than 0, it takes any value, from minus infinity to 0. Okay. So that means it takes a very large value. This is real problem. And what is the another problem? Another problem is, suppose you have x and y are the two variables. Your, say, weight depending on your height. This is a famous example of covariance, correlation, and regression. There are two sets of variables. One is height. We collect some observations. Collect some observations. Say height and weight. Height and weight. And definitely height unit, that is a centimeter. And weight unit, say pound or kg. So definitely the units are changed. So when you find, say there are some observation of X is given and some observation Y is given. Y is given. X is given and Y is given. And you know the formula, you know the software, and using this, software, you calculate the curve of XY value. And you get the curve of XY value, say positive. So what's the meaning is that if your height increase, your weight will increase. There is a positive association. But if this value is very large value, it's a real problem. Now, and not only that, your X in terms of centimeter, height, weight in the pound. So your unit is centimeter into pound. That means it is not unit-free measure. This is one problem. Another problem is that, say if you get curve of XY, say 90. Say 90 for some problem. So can you tell this is the high positive association? Can you tell it is the low positive association? Can you tell it is the average positive association? It's
No, sir.
very difficult to tell. So these are the limitation of mean. Because curve of XY basically based on mean. So to avoid this kind of limitation, we have to take the help of the other methods. Now what are the limitations? Now it takes the large value. From the value, we could not get any type of association, degree of association, we could not compute. And it is not the dimensionless. So what we can do that, we take the help of standard deviation. So there are again two set of value X and Y. From these X, we can calculate standard deviation, which is denoted by Sx. From this Y, we can calculate Sy. So after calculating Sx and Sy, Sx and Sy, so we know curve of XY, we know this value divided by Sx into Sy. So if we divide curve of XY by Sx into Sy, so we get measures that is called correlation. So in this way, we get the correlation coefficients. So what is the advantage of correlation coefficient? Number one is that one minute. So number one is that it is unit free. Number two is that R lying between -1 to +1. This is the most advantage. Number three is that we can write R in this way. Is it visible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So from this easily we can write it. We can divide -1 to +1 in the different segments. So if we get -1, the value of R, it is called perfectly negative correlation. If R lies between these, R lies between -1 to -0.5, it is called highly negative correlation. So the degree of association we can get. And if R lies between -0.5 to 0, that is called moderately negative correlation. And if R equal to 0, that means 0 correlation, no linear association. And if R lies between 0 to 0.5, that is moderately positive correlation. And if R lies between 0.5 to 1, that is highly positive. I hope you understand. And if R equal to 1, that is perfectly positive. So obviously, this takes the linear association. So what is the meaning of linear association? I'm giving simple example. X plus y equal to 100. X plus y equal to 100. Then easily you can consider capital. We can write y equal to 100 minus x. That is, left hand side is the dependent variable, and right hand side is the independent. That is, y depends on x. So when you get this type of line linear association, so by manually, can you tell me what is the value of R? Anyone? Hello?
Hello, sir.
What is the value of R? No need to compute. By observation, we know if we take x equal to 0,
-1.
yeah, -1 is a perfectly negative correlation. Because if we take x equal to 0, y equal to 100. If you take x equal to 1, y equal to 99. That means if you increase x by 1 unit, y decrease by 1 unit. So perfectly negative correlation. So, okay, in this way we can get it. Now, so that means number one, unit free. Number two, that is lies between -1 to +1, and number three is, what is the degree of association. Now, what I will do, with the help of correlation. Say I'm giving a very interesting example. What is the importance of correlation, and what is the importance of regression, and what is the importance of multivariate. I'm giving a simple example. Then I hope you will understand, because time is very less. Say I have a data set. So what is my data set? Data set is that selling price of the house. Different houses are given. Selling price. So we can collect, say, 20 samples. What are the 20 samples? The selling price of the 20 houses. And definitely the selling price are changing, not same. Why? Because the selling price of the house depending on the area of the house, size of the house. And this size is given in square feet. square feet. So obviously, you know, the square feet increase, the selling price increase. So these are given. So now we can consider where the selling price, you know, is one variable and age area is one variable, and their selling price depending on area. So we can consider selling price is the dependent variable and area is the independent. Now, what is the objective? We collect some previous information and on the basis of previous information, we require one model by which we can predict the future selling for the given area. Again, repeat, we have some data set, past information. What are the data set? We have some selling price of the houses and we have some area of the houses. And on the basis of these, we try to fit a model. So what the model is? Now Y is depending on X. What is Y? Selling price. And what is X? Area. This is my model. And this model is, we want to find a linear model. Linear means straight line. Now what is straight line? That is, selling price is Y, alpha plus beta X. This is the straight line. Straight line. So now, for our research, how can I understand that our model is good or bad? How can I understand? Hello. How can I understand that our model is good or bad? So for this, there are some goodness of fit statistics. So number one is, you know, R square. R square. Number two is adjusted R square. So obviously we'll ask the question. Some noise is coming. Hello. Please mute yourself. Please mute yourself. Hello. Please mute yourself. Can I start now?
Yes, sir. And all the participants are requested to mute their microphone.
Yeah. So that is one is the R square and another is the adjusted R square. So what is the R square? R square basically how much we can explain. How much we can explain the dependent variable. Not only that, from R square, we can understand that what is the accuracy of your model. Accuracy of it. So if definitely if the R square is tends to 1, so your model is good. Now, what is adjusted R square? That is basically based on degrees of freedom. Okay. Actually, today I will not get time to discuss this. So this is very, very important part. Adjusted R square. So when you solve any problem, so you collect this information. What is your value of R square? What is your value of adjusted R square? This is the number 2. Number three is that what is your ANOVA value, David?
Kindly explain adjusted R square, significance and meaning of adjusted R.
Okay, if I definitely I'll explain, definitely. Actually, you know, the R square, you know what is the definition of R square? Anyone? Hello.
Multiple correlation coefficient.
No. R square valid for simple regression as well as the multiple regression. Okay. So R square definition is 1 minus error sum of square. Actually, I have no time to discuss. This is the definition of R square. And if you check, this is in this definition, no involvement of your sample size and the number of variables. From this definition, you don't know what is your sample size and what is the number of independent variables. Am I wrong or right? You know what is the value of n from the definition. N is the sample size. And suppose I am giving the previous example, that is the selling price depending on the area of the house. Can you tell me what is the number of independent variable? 1. Hello.
Yes, sir.
And suppose if I say n equal to 20, n equal to 20, that means my sample size is 20. Then my sample size is 20. But from this definition, R square, this is clear. What is the sample size and what is the independent, how many independent variables? No. So no, nothing is given. But if in the formula, it is given like this, that ESS divided by n minus k minus 1 divided by TSS by n minus 1, then this is called adjustment. So this is called degrees of freedom. So degrees of freedom means number of independent parameters. Today actually I have no time to discuss. Otherwise, I can give the concept of degrees of. Do you know what's the concept of degrees of freedom? Hello.
Kindly explain, sir.
Huh?
So kindly explain.
Okay, I am explaining. Just wait. This is very important for your research. Say, I am taking one example. Try to understand. Say x plus y plus z equal to 6. Is it okay? Hello.
Yes, sir.
So here, can you tell me? Can you get the value of x y? Yes or no?
No.
No. But if I write like this way, that z equal to 6 minus x minus, can I write like this way?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That means z is the dependent variable
Hmm.
and xy are the independent variable.
Yes.
Now we can write. Say if we take x equal to 2 and y equal to 3, then what is the value of z? 1. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And if we take x equal to 6, y equal to 0, then z also 0. So what is the meaning of it? That means the value of z depending on the several values of x and y. So we can take any value of x and y for which z is defined. So z depending on x, y. How many independent parameters? How many independent parameters?
2.
2. So what is the degrees of freedom?
3%.
3 minus 1. That is 2. Is it okay? That is the concept of degrees of freedom. And I am telling you, when you go for your detailed research, some noise is coming. Hello. So when I go for detailing research, hello, hello, hello.
Bhavani is making noise.
Yes, sir. Bhavani.
This is the demerit of online. Okay, can I start?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So that is the degrees of freedom. Okay.
Yeah, sir.
Now, when your R square with the degrees of freedom, then it is called adjusted R square. And in most of the cases, your adjusted R square always is less than equal to R square. If there is a huge gap, between adjusted R square and R square, then what is modify your sample size and increase your independent variable. This is very, very important. Is it okay?
Yeah, okay, sir.
So now I'm showing one small case. Then easily you can understand. And not only that, I'm showing another part. Then why we need the multiple regression. Then you can easily understand. Say, selling price. We have taken area. And if you solve this problem, then we get R square, say equal to 0.6. Suppose. So what is the meaning? That is the 66% of the selling price can be explained by the area which are given. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
So naturally you will ask the question, yes, sir, what is the 1 minus R square? So 1 minus R square is 34%, which is unexplained part. So next question is, how can we improve this unexplained part? Sorry, our objective is to reduce this unexplained part. That means how can we improve the explained part? The answer is we try to get some another related variable. So what are the related variable? The selling price, depending on the area of the house, as well as the age of the house. How the house is old. If the house is old, automatically selling price will be dropped. Is it okay or not? So instead of one independent variable, we consider two independent. That is the concept of multivariate analysis. So what is the importance of multivariate? In this case, if we solve this problem by taking some data, when R square suddenly changed, so nearly 0.91. So just to change what is the importance of multiple regression, the explained part is more. And that's why in the most of the research, we are considering multivariate analysis. Now I'm giving another example of multivariate analysis. Say, mainly in any organization, we are working and we are getting salary. And this salary, which we are getting now, that is called the current salary. And this current salary, depending on some factors, some variables. That is current salary depending on when we have joined, that is the beginning salary, our previous experience, our educational level. So these are so many variables. So this is the example of multiple. So if we collect this data from any organization, any source, there is a past information, and from this past information, we try to fit a model. Feed a model, and what is the importance of the model? If we get the different set of values, we can predict the future currency. Okay. So I'm showing, because time is less, I'm showing some example. Yes. First of all, you tell me screen is visible or not?
No, sir.
Huh?
Visible, sir.
Thank you.
The SPSS is not visible.
It is visible?
No, sir.
It is visible now?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah. So tell me, this is the variable view. Huh?
Yes, sir.
How many variable?
10.
10. Okay. So just go to the level. So this is the current salary. And so current salary, what is the measure? Scale? Continuous. Beginning salary scale, months in higher scale, and previous experience scale. So how many scale variables?
4.
4, excluding the date of birth, because date of birth is the demographic profile. So first you consider your dependent and independent variables are scale or not. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
So here the current salary is the scale variable. Beginning salary, months in higher, previous experience, these are the. So one thing I can do that. So initially, we can start with current salary and beginning salary. That is the simple regression. And then I will show you one by one. If we include the other variables, so is there any change of R square? Is there any change of explained part? So what we'll do that, we go to analyze. We select regression, select linear. So what is my dependent variable? Current salary. Clear? What is my independent variable? Beginning salary. So we select one dependent and one independent. That's all. And click OK. Your output is visible?
Yes, sir.
So can you tell me what is R square?
0.7.
0.775.
Yeah, 0.775. 0.775. So current salary 77.5% explained by beginning salary. First of all, you tell me it is okay or not.
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Now, what is your objective? Can you improve this R square from my domain knowledge by the inclusion of the other independent variable? Again, repeat. What is my objective for the research? Can you improve this R square value after inclusion of some other independent variables? Definitely, that are related variables. So now what I'll do that, we go to analyze. Go to regression, go to linear. And we want to, so we take previous experience. Because current salary also depending on previous experience. Okay. Hello.
Education level. Yes, sir.
Now click OK. Can you tell me what is R square?
0.79.
So naturally it is increasing.
Yes, sir.
It is increasing. Okay. So next question is, can I take any other independent variable? So
Yes.
we go to analyze, go to regression, go to linear, and we are taking the other independent variable that is called month since higher. And click OK. What is that R square?
0.8.
So definitely R square gradually changing, increasing. Increasing. So definitely this is odd thing. So this is the oathful. Naturally, we can consider the three independent variable because our model can explain nicely. So that is the use of multiple regression. There are so many parts in multiple regression, and due to time I am not discussing, because when you go for the multiple regression, you have to discuss so many things. And I am showing one part. It will be helpful for you. So when you go for regression analysis, so some questions to be asked. So today, since the time is short, I will give the question also. I will give the answer.
Okay.
What are the questions to be asked? I'm showing them. Just wait. Wait a minute. Just a minute. Is it okay? It is visible to all of you? No.
Yes, sir. Visible. What is the problem of?
Problem is, first question is, what is the purpose of a simple linear regression?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving the answer. You have to predict scores on a dependent variable from scores on a single independent variable. It is okay?
Yes, sir.
So this is the purpose. Question number 2. What is the purpose of multiple regression? To predict the scores as a dependent variable from scores on multiple independent variables. Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next,
Simple.
question number 3 is, what does the adjusted R square value tells you? The adjusted R square value tells you how much of the variance in the dependent variable can be accounted for by the independent variable considering degrees of freedom. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Next হচ্ছে
স্যার এই জায়গাটার অ্যাকচুয়াল মিনিংটা বোঝা যাচ্ছে না, মানে
actual meaning means
actual meaning of adjusted R square, that is the supremacy.
When you calculate R square, then actually you don't know from the formula what is the value of sample size and how many independent variables involved. Okay, but adjusted R square, when you write the formula of adjusted R square, then adjusted R square definitely depending on R square. I'm telling you, depending on R square as well as the depending on degrees of freedom. That is most important, because most of the cases sample size is very important. That how many samples you are taking. and what is your number of independent variables. Okay, so that's why I have in the third question, instead of R square, I have written adjusted R. And in most of the cases, research, they are in the findings, you can write what is the interpretation of adjusted R. Because some cases R square very good, but adjusted square will fail due to your sample size is less. But in case of this, your R square and adjusted are more or less same. So definitely your interpretation is good enough. Okay. Hello.
Sir. Okay,
now
sir.
next question is what are the residuals? Because residuals are the difference between the observed and expected. Because you get the observed value of Y. And after getting the model, you can easily calculate what is your expected value. And if you can easily calculate the difference. And if the difference is more, the residual is more, error is more. And that's why there is a very important term, which is RMSE, root mean square error. So if you can show your RMSE is less for any kind of model, so that model is good enough. So that's why residual is very important. Next part, what are the assumptions you need in regression? What are the assumptions? Assumption is, first is the homoscedasticity. So what is the homoscedasticity? The assumption that the variance of the residuals about the predicted dependent variable score should be the same for all predicted score reflect which assumptions. So definitely this is the answer is homoscedasticity. That is for all variance of the all residuals will be the same, that is homogeneous for the predicted dependent variable. Okay.
Please explain it.
Explain it means I am definitely I will explain later on after showing these 10 concepts. One by one. There are so many things in the regression part. So homoscedasticity. Sixth part is you have to show that is the normality. That means your observations will follow normal or not. They are linearly related or not. So, and that is, they are independent or not. So that you can plot the normal PP plot. And you can easily draw using SPSS. Okay. So that is the number 6. So number 7 is, what do you report in a multiple regression to say whether your model was significant or not? The answer is ANOVA. So definitely you have to study what is the analysis of variance, which is very, very important for this regression analysis. Okay. Next is, what degrees of freedom do you report in a multiple regression? The answer is regression degrees of freedom and residual degrees of freedom. Okay. Next part is, what does a does a beta of 0.478? Because when you solve the regression coefficients, we get the some beta values. Okay. So I'm telling you, I'm going to my output part, then you can understand. What is my output point? Is it visible? Output part?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you go to the output part, if you check, this is R square, this is adjusted R square. So already I told you that adjusted R square, always less than R square. And not only that, there is no difference. No difference. Difference is very less. So what is the conclusion? That our sample size is okay and our number of variables are okay. Maybe if we can increase the number of variables, so maybe R square can maybe change. That is area of research. Now come to the ANOVA part. Your ANOVA is significant. That is, your regression model is good. Because you know the concept of p-value. Now come to this beta part.
Sir, kindly Kindly explain the significance of p-value.
Actually, don't mind. I can definitely, but today actually, you know that the test of hypothesis.
Yes, sir.
Testing of actually this p-value concept is coming from testing of hypothesis. So that is the concept of critical region. And if p-value is less than 0.05, that is basically testing of hypothesis. So then the model is significant in case of ANOVA. Is it okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay. But detailing part, if there is a in detailing of testing of hypothesis class, then I can discuss. Okay. And that is the basically this is the most important, that your independent variables are significant or not. That is very important. They are important or not. If we check the p-value, all are less than 0.05. All are less than. And definitely all are less than 0.5 means beginning salary is important to predict current salary. Previous experience is important to predict current salary. Not only that, months in hire is important for predict current salary. So these are all significant. Now, even another thing is the standardized coefficient. Already I given the question, what is the meaning of it? Is it okay? And not only that, from the standardized coefficient, can you tell me which is the highest value? Hello.
Sir.
Which is the highest value? Beginning salary.
Yes, sir.
That is the 0.888.
Right.
Okay, this is the highest value.
Right.
So that means beginning salary is the most important rank one to predict the current salary. And current salary maximum depending on beginning salary. This is very, very applicable for your research. So when you go for your research, you have to find that out of so many, you have so many variables for your research. And naturally, you apply solve some multiple regression model. And out of all independent variable, which is the most important parameter. So you can easily rank the parameters, independent parameters, with from the standardized coefficient. So that is a very interesting rule. You take the absolute value. All values are positive, and then you can easily rank which is the maximum value, that is the rank one, and accordingly. Is it okay? So, in this way, we can give some idea. There are so many things I am telling you in the regression model. So, I am giving a simple idea for this class. We start with the covariance, then correlation, then you get the idea of R and R square. Then you start with the simple regression model, and then you go for the multiple.
Sir, standardized coefficients are denoted by beta.
Definitely. The beta, there are two types of beta. One is the unstandardized and the standardized. So if I'm telling you, since I have taken it today as the basic class, and if I take the mainly on the regression class, then I will start with the so many things and start with the testing of hypothesis. Then you can easily understand, but the time is very short. To at least to take some regression class, only regression, it takes 2 hours. Only regression, minimum 2 hours. Because there are so many parts of it. Because I am telling you, for any kind of research, you have to know two things. One is the mean standard deviation. Already I told you descriptive part. There is a 5-point summary and 4-point summary. And then you go for bivariate, covariance, correlation. And ultimately, you switch over to simple regression and multiple. And doing this, then you can, and before that, this regression and correlation, you go for the testing of hypothesis and sampling chapter. And definitely, after testing of hypothesis and using some normal distribution concept, it's very important. And then you go for, ANOVA part. After doing this, you go for multivariate. So multivariate means you can start the factor analysis cluster. Most of the researchers, without knowing the foundation, they are using factor analysis. So as the question is why, problem is that if you want to, publish in a good journal paper, so you have to know your fundamental, not only of your theoretical fundamental, also your fundamental of your That is the main point. I hope you understand. So now you're actually today you are lucky enough. I'm telling you that Professor S.P. Mukherjee, Professor S.P. Mukherjee is my teacher also. Really, it's my privilege, really, that today I will hear the speech of Professor S.P. Mukherjee. So you are also lucky, I'm telling you. So now it is 5 p.m. Sir will most of his
Sir, may I ask a question? Actually,
ask the question.
Actually, whenever we follow textbooks, in case of multiple correlation.
So I'm giving you one name of the book. So you prefer that is the Johnson Wichern, multivariate statistics. Johnson Wichern. So for following the book, there is a style. If you read the book 5 times, then it will be a story book.
Sir, actually, what I want to say, that is in case of multiple correlation, the problem of multicollinearity and autocorrelation may arise.
Autocorrelation definitely there will be arise, because sorry to say, today if I start, it will take again half an hour.
Okay, sir. Actually,
sorry to say you today, but Professor S.P. Mukherjee is waiting. Okay, and
okay,
naturally, yeah. Sorry, sorry.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So naturally, there are so many occasions we will get. So in any occasion, definitely I'll discuss about this multicollinearity, this autocorrelation. Okay.
Sir, I have a question. Sir.
Yeah.
Please repeat the name of the book.
Sir, is there any book for
so any book?
operations?
I am telling you for the application part. Since if you are from social science, you can use the book. One is the Levin and Rubin. That is a very good book to understand. And for the theoretical foundation, you follow the Gungupta Dasgupta, Fundamental of Statistics. Fundamental of Statistics by Gungupta Dasgupta. And if you go for a detailing of multivariate analysis, you can follow some multivariate statistics by Johnson Wichern.
So for the social science, what you have said? For the social science?
For the social science, Levin and Rubin. Levin and Rubin.
And Johnson and
Wichern. W-I-C-H-E-R-N. Wichern. Okay.
Sir, is there any book regarding SPSS applications? Sir?
Regarding any book SPSS, there are so many books. Okay, but I am telling you, but if you follow the SPSS manual, so that will help you a lot.
Yes. Sir, SPSS manual is available in purchase?
No, purchase means suppose I think if you are in some college or university, okay, you are doing, and every college and university having the copyright.
Yes.
Okay, they are purchasing.
Sir, I am from West Bengal University of Agricultural Science, Kolkata, from Department of Extension.
So better I am telling you, if you purchase one some module of SPSS, you will get the SPSS manual.
Thank you. Sir, if you can share your contact numbers, then you will contact
number. So better because there is you have the teacher Professor Amitabha. Amitabha is very much close to me. Okay, so you can contact with Amitabha. Amitabha will give my contact. Okay.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Professor Amitabha is my very much close.
Yes.
Thank you for your nice patience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We have been very much enriched by your lecture.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm stopped sharing. I'm stopped.
Thank you so much, sir, Professor Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay, for conducting an very much interactive sessions for our participants. There are many faculty members and the research scholars and the PG students. I hope all the participants got immensely benefited by this particular sessions of Professor Bandyopadhyay. It is always been wonderful to attend such session This is probably, many times I have attended such sessions. So it is always wonderful to attend, and all the time we are gaining some knowledge out of it actually. So that's why always whenever we are conducting any kind of event like research methodology, SPSS and all, we would love to hear from Gautam Bandyopadhyay sir. So I hope all of you have enriched with this particular session. So definitely, I know all the sessions of sirs is not enough. Always we think that arektu beshi hole bhalo hoto. So definitely we are going to organize such events and workshop with sir in future, and we are going to invite all of you. So thank you so much, sir, Gautam Bandyopadhyay sir, on behalf of the MBA department of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes, and of course Indian Accounting Association to to give your valuable time for these particular sessions. So thank you so much, sir, for that. So definitely, sir, in future we'll be hosting some other events, and we'll be definitely getting in touch with you, sir. So for the next part of the event, we are waiting for our next speaker. So within this period, actually, I will be sending definitely the feedback form. Please start filling up that form, and we'll be then we are waiting for the next speaker. We'll be starting that session shortly.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, so we are in the our third session of our particular program, third day event. So actually, we have planned to introduce Professor Mukherjee by one of our experienced faculty member, Professor Supriya Ray. But however, due to some technical issues, she cannot join. So I would take the privilege to introduce Professor Shyama Prasad Mukherjee to all of you. So I am really honored that I am getting the opportunity to introduce sir to all the participants. So Professor Shyama Prasad Mukherjee received his MSc and PhD degrees in statistics from Calcutta University and started teaching in Presidency College and Calcutta in 1962, and joined the Department of Statistics, Calcutta University in 1964, and retired as a centenary professor of statistics in 2004, and continues as a visiting professor for several years, and was the Dean of the Faculty of Science in the Calcutta University during 1987 to 1991. He has published more than 100 research papers in leading national and international journals, worked and guided research and applied probability, with several references on reliability analysis. He has successfully guided 25 scholars for their PhD degrees in statistics, mathematics, engineering, and management, has delivered lectures and conducted short-term courses on specialized topics in several universities in US, Canada, Japan, Italy, Ireland, China, Germany, a few other countries as well. Has authored several edited volumes and survey reports, besides a few books. His recent books include Quality, Domain, and Dimensions, Statistical Methods for Social Science, and etc. Was the president of the Operational Research Society of India, Indian Society of Probability and Statistics, Indian Association for Productivity, Quality and Reliability, Asia Pacific Association of Operational Research Societies. Was a vice president of International Federation of Operational Research Societies as well. Was a member of the second National Advisory Board on Statistics, as also the steering committee of NSSO. A fellow of the National Academy of Science India, Professor Mukherjee is also a fellow of Operation Research Society of India, West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology, and Indian Science Congress Association. He received the National Award for Lifetime Contribution to the Theoretical and the Official Statistics from Government of India, and the Distinguished Teacher Award from University of Calcutta, besides the Professor PC Mahalnabi's Birth Centenary Award from Indian Science Congress Association. So I have actually skipped several lines because sir has achieved so many things in his career. So it is a wonderful opportunity for all of us to hear from sir. So I would like to request sir, so if you can say a few words for our participants, sir.
Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this workshop. Friends, as you all know that resource management is a primary responsibility of all organizations, manufacturing or service. And by resource management, I mean identifying resource needs, acquiring resources needed, deploying such resources which have been made available and are accessible, and finally, evaluating consequences of such deployment. And when we talk of resources, a very important resource must be financial resource. So whatever applies to resource management in general must be also applicable to financial resource management. And in this context, accounting, including auditing, plays a very important role in documenting, verifying, analyzing, and reporting various types of financial transactions and related business transactions as well. And when we deal with any system like the financial system or the overall organizational system as a whole, we deal with what are typically called phenomena. And we essentially deal with problematic phenomena which really are identified with certain problems facing the organization, like a phenomenon of decreasing market share, or a phenomenon of increasing inventory of input materials, in-process materials, or of finished goods, or the phenomenon of increasing operating expenses compared to profits made or sales volume. All such problematic phenomena are to be studied in management, and for that purpose, we require data to be collected, data to be analyzed, and the results of analysis to be duly interpreted in terms of the phenomenon. I've talked of phenomena, I've given some illustrations of phenomena, and what is basically needed to study any such phenomenon can be taken as a four-step process. In regard to any phenomenon which has been causing some problem to the overall management, I mean strategic management or corporate management of any organization, we need to first of all describe the phenomenon. So the first step is description. The second is to diagnose the phenomenon. Why is this problem occurring? Or why is this problem present in the system? The third will be beyond diagnosing, what may be called prognosticating, namely to predict the outcome of any intervention that we may make in the system to get away with the problem. So beyond description and diagnosis, we have to go to prediction. Prediction of the outcome of any intervention, any decision that we may implement, any action that we may take, any change that we may bring in the existing system. What will be the likely consequences in future? So prediction has to play a very important role. And once we are able to predict with some degree of acceptable precision, consequences of different alternative actions, then we should be able to choose one of the actions as the best. And that's called what may be called prescription. So you have four important tasks in regard to any system being studied or any phenomenon being studied: description, diagnosis, prediction, and prescription. Eventually, we have to prescribe to management that this is the course of action to be taken, this is the decision to be taken. And this prescription must be based on, I repeat, prediction of outcomes of different possible interventions or different possible actions that we may initiate in the current system. And these possible actions are thought of in the context of a clear diagnosis of the current problem that we are facing. Why have we come to this particular problem at present? What are the roots? And for that purpose, the problem at hand has to be comprehensively described. In all these four tasks, description, diagnosis, prediction, and prescription, statistics helps us a lot. So if somebody asks me as an accountant, why should I learn statistics at all? Why? The answer should be that after all, an accountant has to play an important role in the context of a financial system. And a system does definitely deal with certain problems which crop up from time to time within a system. And therefore, if certain problems arise in a financial system within any organization as a whole, or in a particular vertical, or in a particular broad area of business, then how do we ultimately resolve that particular problem in terms of recommending and subsequently implementing some decision? And for that purpose, I repeat, we have to describe, we have to diagnose, we have to predict, and we have to eventually prescribe. These are the four areas for any problematic phenomenon which have to be handled in any profession, be it accounting or any other profession. And statistics, understood both as a singular noun as also a plural noun, will have a very important role to play. I said statistics as a plural noun, as also statistics as a singular noun. As a plural noun, statistics imply data, data which are collected. In terms of accounting, we also gather lots of information, lots of data regarding the financial system and its operation. And that way we talk of statistics in the plural sense. But more important will be statistics as a singular noun, which is nothing but a scientific method that is based on data in the plural sense, but is eventually meant to come up with some conclusions about why the phenomenon has come to this pass. How can we predict the consequence of any action that we may initiate in the system? And eventually, how do I find out what may be called a satisfactory solution to the present problem? And that is why we require both statistics as a plural noun as also statistics as a singular noun to resolve any problem, be it in the area of accounting or in any other area of management as a whole. We have usually accepted accounting as a system of recording, verifying, analyzing, and reporting financial transactions and all related business transactions so as to provide a good input to overall management, maybe you call it corporate management or strategic management, to take appropriate decisions on the system as a whole. And for that purpose, all the four steps that we normally take into account in defining accounting, namely documenting, verifying, analyzing, and reporting, they play a very important role. These are in terms of data that we generate in terms of accounting. So we document as the first step in data generation. Before we go to analyze those data, we must also verify whether these data are really truthfully documented, whether the data themselves are veracious, or there are some loopholes in the data, some deficiencies in the data which have to be removed before we can analyze them. Then comes analysis, and lastly we have to report results of analysis to management. Reporting must be done in a form that will be comparable across organizations, across verticals in different forms of business, across institutions, etc. And that's why we nowadays talk about international financial reporting systems. We have quite a few standards for IFRS. Even when IFRS 1 was being introduced to ensure comparability of financial statements prepared at the end of reporting, people are finding it difficult to compare one financial statement with another. And that's why the IFRS standards came in. We have a different set of social accounting standards, of course. In particular, SA 8000 is very important in that connection. I don't go into those details. We have also to verify the documented transactions. And for that purpose, we have auditing as a very important function. We have three types of audit in general, typically called adequacy audit, compliance audit, and effectiveness audit. The procedures that we are following in accounting and in documenting the transactions Are those procedures quite adequate? Have they been properly laid out in conformity with some standard? We have several accounting standards. Just now I mentioned one. So that we have got standards, and are the procedures laid down in our manuals, which we use in auditing, they are quite adequate? That's the first step, called adequacy audit. Then if we are satisfied that our manuals are quite adequate, we go in for what is called compliance audit. During actual transactions being made out or being carried out, have we followed those procedures as documented in the manual? That's compliance audit. Even if we have complied with the documented procedures, have we been able to achieve the expected results? That's the effectiveness audit. These three types of audit, I repeat, adequacy audit, compliance audit, and effectiveness audit, have to be very carefully differentiated one from the other. Similarly, we have also three other types of audit in terms of who are being involved in the audit process. Namely, we have internal audit, external audit, and extrinsic audit. So different types of audits are carried out in a way as verification of the data we generate before we do analyze them. Once we have data at our hand, and these days, in terms of accounting profession, in terms of many other professions, taking advantage of technology, particularly of digital devices, we generate huge volumes of data of different types, coming from different sources, carrying different weights, having different degrees of veracity, and that way we deal with what are typically called big data. Anyway, once we have got data, the very important task that a statistician or even a data analyst comes across is how do we summarize the data? How do we summarize the data in terms of what we typically call in our syllabus elements of descriptive statistics? So how do we summarize the data? More importantly, how do we visualize the data? A very top manager has to visualize the data, even a large financial statement or a large document, a large report, coming up with many summary figures even. There are many ways of summarizing figures, and given a whole host of such summaries, I, as a manager or as a decision maker, will likely be confused. And therefore, I should have data visualization as a very important device. So beyond the data summarization comes the question of data visualization. How conveniently I can present the results of summarized statements. There are important statistical techniques available nowadays, along with their software versions for data visualization, which is a very, very important task in financial resource management. And once we have got quite a few summaries and we have got visualization techniques, we come to, as I said, diagnosis. Diagnosis, of course, is in terms of finding out relations among different variables which are involved in describing the entire system, in describing the phenomenon, and that way the problem. After all, it's a problematic phenomenon that you want to study and resolve. And to describe the problem in all its comprehensive details, we brought in several variables. There could be relations connecting these variables. And this is what you study in terms of correlation and regression analysis. But when you talk about correlation, you normally talk about linear correlation. There could be nonlinear correlation. You talk about a particular form of a relationship in terms of regression, typically called a parametric analysis. You may have to go to non-parametric analysis, and that way there are techniques called artificial neural networks to see how different variables involved in a problematic phenomenon are related one to the other. So studying relations, particularly cause and effect relations, is a very important task in what you call diagnosing the current problem. Why are we facing the problem as such? And that should be understood in terms of establishing relations, cause-effect relations among different variables or different groups of variables. But remember, correlation and regression that we study and that we teach is something different from causation. Correlation is not causation, in the sense that correlation is something which is data-based and shows some relation in terms of data on one variable in relation to data on a second variable. Sometimes we have got relations established in terms of correlations, measured in terms of correlation coefficients, correlation ratios, etc., even multiple correlations, which may not really indicate any causation. There may not be any causal connection among the variables. So you must remember that when you talk about correlation, correlation is not necessarily causation. There are spurious correlations, false correlations, which can come out to be quite large. Even a test of significance applied to an observed correlation may tell you that the correlation coefficient is significantly large. But that could be a spurious correlation, a false correlation, which is not really a cause-effect relation. Similarly, we talk about regression relations. These relations, again, are not causal relations. For that purpose, once you try to learn more, you can talk about what are called structural relations. Structural relations in a system, maybe a financial system or any other system, they reveal eventually cause-effect relations or structural relations connecting different variables or different groups of variables. For example, in a regression relation, we make a distinction between what is called a dependent variable and an independent variable. It's quite possible that one variable that depends on another can become in a subsequent stage an independent variable explaining another dependent variable. Those are structural relations. To study a system, maybe an economic system or a financial system or a social system, we'll have to deal with such structural relations. And a study of such structural relations is far more important, although far more comprehensive, far more involved than a simple study of regression relations. Then the most important part, as I said, is that once we study the problem, we analyze the causes which have led to the present problematic situation. We have to find out if we intervene, make some changes, initiate some action, then what will be the consequence in future? So coming from the present to the future is sort of what is called making a prediction. When you talk of risk, for example, risk is not associated with something which you have already carried out, because there is no risk in that you already found out. That's a consequence. That's an outcome which you have already observed. A risk is associated with something which we have not yet observed. A risk is defined as the consequence that will be observed multiplied by the probability that such an outcome will take place. Therefore, it's something to be distinguished from the outcome of a decision that is already implemented, an action that has been already taken. And to calculate risk and to hedge risk is a very important task in financial system. Therefore, that brings in the concept of probability, and probability is the foundation stone of statistics. And that comes as a part of prediction. We have to predict the likelihood of a particular adverse consequence of an action now being taken to take place in future. That will be the concept of a risk, and therefore you have to go into the area of prediction. We normally make prediction based on simple time series analysis, that also in a very simplistic manner. Lots of methods have come up to have improved analysis based on time series to make better predictions, and there are other prediction methods as well. Ultimately, we have to go into something like optimization, or typically called satisficing. Nowadays, people don't venture into the area of optimization. They know that optimization is something which is not achievable in practice. We have to come up with what we call a satisfactory solution of the problem, not necessarily an optimal solution. Earlier, people used to talk about mathematical programming to give us an optimal solution. They are essentially non-optimal. No solution can be optimal regarded by any criterion. Once you change the criterion, the solution that was earlier found to be optimal will no longer continue to be optimal. Therefore, forget about the term optimal. Better talk about the term satisficing solution. Nowadays, in operations research, we are gradually avoiding the term optimization. We are talking about satisficing. Can we develop something like a satisfactory solution to the problem that we are facing in our financial system? And once we evaluate different alternative interventions or actions in terms of their likely outcomes and the associated probabilities in terms of the risks involved that way. Then we can see which particular action will minimize this risk and recommend that as what we called a satisfying solution, a satisfactory solution, not of course an optimal solution necessarily to the problem we are facing. Coming back to the aspect of description of the phenomenon, we involve, as I said, many summary statistics. Many of them are diagrammatic. For example, we can have box plot diagrams, stem and leaf diagrams, etc. We have many more visualization techniques for the data as well. But coming to diagnosis, coming to prediction, and coming to, in a way, prescription or analysis of, so to say, finding out the satisfactory solution, we have to venture into the area typically called, in a very summary manner, inferential statistics. Now, what is exactly meant by statistical inference? Inferencing means using data, no doubt, or using certain other statements, not necessarily data, to go from what you call some premises to reach some conclusion. The passage from some premises to some conclusion or inference is called inferencing. There are two types of inference in general, called deduction and induction. And statistical inferencing is inductive inference. So what is meant by inductive inference? It's like this. We start with some premises. I will explain premises briefly. And then through some processes, we ultimately reach a conclusion, or we reach what may be called an inference. This passage from premises or the building blocks to the ultimate conclusions is called inferencing. And in statistics, we make inductive inferences. Three types of induction are quite important to us dealing with any system, particularly any problematic phenomenon. In one particular inductive inference, we start from the present and go back to the past. Why a certain problem cropped up in the past? We don't have data relating to the past. We have data for the present. And starting from the data available now, we look back to the past. This is an inductive inference from the present to the past. Similarly, proceeding from the present, if I look at the future in terms of prediction, then also I'm making another type of inductive inference. And the third type of inductive inference, which predominates the scene with us, is what is called going from the part to the whole, going from the sample to the population, going from a set of evidences available to us to the phenomenon as a whole. This is the most common type of inductive inference that you all make. I repeat, going from the part to the whole, going from the sample of data that you have to the entire population of data which we could generate, or going from the available evidences that are available to us that we could generate, that we could lay hands on, to the entire phenomenon, namely the problem that we are trying to solve. And these inductive inferences, which are basic to statistical methods, which are fundamental in a study of statistics, they start from some premises where we have some data. We also make some assumptions about how the data arose, what definitions of the variables we adopted, etc. They all make up for the building blocks or the assumptions. We also make use of a model which is in terms of certain assumptions, which we will not challenge, we will take for granted, like the normality assumption, the independence assumption, and so on. And they all constitute what is called the building blocks or the premises. Then we have got some calculations done nowadays, facilitated by the use of softwares, SPSS or Excel, etc., to make some calculations, to follow some procedures, and then ultimately to reach a conclusion. So from the premises in which you have got data, you have got some assumptions or a model, right? Through some calculations we make and some assumptions we also make there, we ultimately come to an inference. This is inductive inference. And in this context, the quality and quantity of data that we make use of in the premises is a vital factor that affects the quality of the inference we make. The quality of the inference we make is usually in terms of what is called the level of confidence which we can place in the inference we are going to make. This level of confidence, sometimes called 95%, 99%, 99.5%, etc., would be determined by the quality and quantity of evidence that are available to us that we are making use of, both the quantity of evidence and the quality of evidence. And this takes me back to the accounting profession, to the profession of auditing, where normally we take only a sample of the transactions as recorded or as documented for the purpose of auditing. And about 60 years back, when I started teaching some accountant students in the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in its old building on Russell Street, and subsequently in the Institute of Cost and Worth Accountants of India in its building on Southern Street, I used to refer to a very classical book on sampling for the purpose of auditing. People have not seen this book. This has now become a classical textbook. The authors are Peter Vance and John Netter. Sampling for Auditing, Vance and Netter. This book I read at that point of time, 65 years back, and also referred that book to our students so that they could have a look at the content of that book. How to improve the quality of the sample that we are going to make use of in making the inference. Yes. Anybody raised a question? No. Okay.
The name of the book?
Oh, the name of the book is Sampling for Auditing. And the authors are Vance, V-A-N-C-E, and Netter, N-E-T-E-R. Peter Vance and John Netter. The name of the book is Sampling for Auditing.
Thank you, sir.
A practical book which tells you how to come up with a representative, adequate sample to make inferences based on auditing about the quality of transactions being recorded or documented. Anyway, my point was to say that once you want to solve a problem, you have to go into some calculation of probabilities. You have to go into calculation of certain other quantities based on the data that are available. You must check the quality and quantity of data because they are fundamental determinants of the quality of inference that you make. Inference by way of a classification, inference by way of, so to say, a prediction, and inference by way of ultimately recommending a certain action to resolve a certain problem. I could have talked on for many more minutes, but I am told that I should speak a few words. But if there are a few questions, I'll be happy to answer.
So if any participants are having any questions, that is there for next few minutes. So, so if you have any question, you may please ask.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Sir, if I talk about the research in financial market, and if we see that before 95 or before 90s, the kind of financial data, the frequency of the data was completely different than the kind of frequency of data that we get today. We get probably tick by tick data, but the financial models have not changed as such, but the kind of problem we are handling with the kind of data or the richness of data, that has changed. Now, has anything changed in the statistical analysis aspect in the financial market? When primarily we find that most of the financial models are based on normality of the distribution, but when we see the high frequency data, they are far from normality. So how do we actually work with this kind of high frequency data?
Let me first tell you that yes, data have to be looked at very carefully in terms of their comparability across time, not merely across time, but even currently data which are available from different sources are not strictly comparable, right? And therefore, once we make use of data, we must make sure that the data have been generated by using similar or even the same operational definitions operational definitions as distinct from the conceptual analogs which have been used. They can differ from one source to another, even at the same point of time. And definitely over time, the operational definitions used and the coverage, the scope, they also have differed. That is one point that you must take note of. I do agree with you that most of the models make use of simplistic assumptions, like as you mentioned about normality, but I have come across many more models nowadays which do take into account deviations or departures from normality. That's not difficult. And even there are softwares which can help you to conveniently make use of non-normal models, models which make use of distributions with heavy tails. By heavy tails, I mean, if you look at the normal probability distribution, the tail probabilities are very, very small. Whereas in actual financial markets, if you look at the most of the data, then you should make use of distributions which are not symmetrical necessarily, which are heavy-tailed. Asymmetrical, heavy-tailed distributions have been made use of by many research workers dealing with financial markets. At least I've come across many papers produced by IIM Bangalore. In particular, there are many other institutions which also do similar work, where I find that non-normal distributions, heavy-tailed distributions, even bimodal distributions have also been made use of in analyzing such data. If you've got a specific problem, you can interact with me sometime subsequently.
Thank you.
Sir,
yes. Yes, please.
Told by you that correlation and regression failed to establish cause and effect relationship, and for that reason we have to go to structural form of equations.
Right, right. Because, for example, as I said, simply that in a regression relationship, you must have noted that we distinguish between what are called independent variables and dependent variables, as if dependent variables are the effects and the independent variables are the causes. Causes explain effects. At the same time, within a structure or within a system where there are many variables, it's quite easy to think of a variable that is definitely determining another variable and is itself explained by some other variable. So the distinction between what is called an independent variable and a dependent variable is not valid in every situation, in the sense that the same variable could explain another variable within the system and is itself explained by a few other variables also within the system. That's why the distinction made in the study of a structure or in the study of a system is in terms of variables which are called endogenous variables and exogenous variables. Endogenous variables are variables which are generated within the system, and exogenous variables are variables which are fed from outside the system. So you have to delineate the system first of all. Your friend was talking about financial markets. In the financial markets, some data come from outside, some data generated within the financial markets. So that way there are some endogenous variables created within the system. There are some exogenous variables which are fed from outside. And relations which connect endogenous variables with exogenous variables are called structural relations. Whereas relations which connect independent variables with dependent variables, typically taken as cause and effect variables, are the usual regression analysis. Is that clear?
Okay.
So you have to learn about, of course, there are lots of things have to be learned about endogenous variables and exogenous variables. When you think of a system, not of a single equation, you talk of a multi-equation system that will describe a full structure. So don't think of a particular small phenomenon, think of the entire system within which the phenomenon is created, within which the problem has been faced. And if you talk about system, then you will find that some variables are generated within the system itself, some variables are fed from outside. So there are endogenous variables and there are exogenous variables. And the relations which connect them are typically called structural relations. There are chapters in books, or there are books also written on structural relations analysis. Maybe in some future program, we could discuss structural relations, because most of you have done some research, should be interested in studying systems as a whole, in phenomena as a whole, rather than single equations.
Thank you so much, sir, for spending your valuable time with us. So in your from your busy schedule. May I request Professor Shupriya Roy, are you available? Oh,
yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So if you would like to say thank you note to sir.
Okay. So very good afternoon to all the participants on the third day workshop on statistical analysis using SPSS and Excel, being jointly organized by MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science and MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology in collaboration with Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch. As you already know, this statistical analysis is at the core of data science, which is gaining immense importance in every field of human knowledge and activity. Statistical analysis of data generated in healthcare system, including hospital, businesses, and industry, energy system, etc., is extremely important today for the present day life on Earth to continue. So I'm extremely happy to place on record our thanks to Professor S.P. Mukherjee for his illuminating talk on a very important topic of this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving the thank you note to Professor Mukherjee. So Professor Mukherjee, so on behalf of the MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes and the Indian Accounting Association, we'd like to extend our heartfelt thank to you for spending your valuable time with us. So definitely, sir, in future, we would love to hear from you in a extended time period. So probably all the participants would also be interested for that. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, আমি গৌতম স্যার। স্যার আপনি আমার প্রণাম নেবেন। হ্যাঁ
ভালো আছো?
হ্যাঁ ভালো আছি স্যার। আমি স্যার মানে কি বলবো, মানে স্পিচলেস। অসাধারণ স্যার, অসাধারণ।
বসে যায় একটু মুশকিল হয়।
অপূর্ব স্যার, অপূর্ব, মানে অনেক কিছু শিখলাম স্যার।
কিছুদিন একটু ক্লান্ত হয়ে গেছি।
আমি স্যার পার্টিসিপেন্টদের বলছিলাম যে ইউ আর লাকি এনাফ যে স্যার ইজ কামিং, আমি বলছিলাম ওদের। সত্যি স্যার। স্যার প্রণাম নেবেন স্যার আমার। ভালো থাকবেন। হ্যাঁ স্যার।
So now we are getting into our valedictory session. So before into the formal valedictory session, I would like to many of you were asking some questions in the chat box. So I'm just replying 2-3 questions. Like number one is that definitely all the recording of the all these sessions would definitely would be shared in the specific WhatsApp group where you are a member. Definitely will be sharing that. Number two, the feedback link would be shared after just completion of this valedictory session. That would be shared in your particular group, and many of you may be interested for about the status of the certification. Definitely the certificates should be shared in your respective email IDs that you have provided during the assessment test, because as you have mentioned that the assessment is a mandatory part of the certification. So we have recorded your email IDs and the assessment score. Definitely that would be shared shortly after evaluation of the score, and probably it would be taking near about 1 week time. So please bear with us. We'll be definitely sharing the certificate within a 1 week period. So thank you so much all the participants for for participating in this particular event. So now we are getting into our formal valedictory session. So at the beginning, I would like to request Dr. Ovijit Roy, the Joint Secretary, Indian Accounting Association, South Bengal Branch, and Assistant Professor, Dr. BNDS Mahavidyalaya, Purva Bardhaman. So it would be great to hear hear from you, sir.
Thank you for having me in the valedictory session, and my sincere regards to my fellow speakers in the valedictory session, Professor Dr. Sonali Sarkar Ghosh, Principal, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, and Dr. Nilangshu Ghosh, Principal, Pandit Raghunath Sriti Mahavidyalaya. It is really, difficult to come out after the session of Professor Shamaprasad Mukherjee. It was really so engaging that winding up from that session and instantly jumping to the valedictory is really very difficult. Now, before I start anything or I say anything very briefly, let me congratulate first all the faculty, all the participants who have actually completed this program successfully. Congratulations to all of you from the core of my heart. It is not really very easy these days because of so much of digital distractions, so much of different alternatives available to you. It is not very difficult. It is not very easy these days to enroll for a program, to handle the friction of learning for 3 long days for several hours, and finally to reach at the destination to complete the program successfully. So it requires a lot of perseverance, it requires a lot of patience, it requires a lot of motivation on your part during this journey. So thank you very much to all the participants from the core of my heart. My sincere thanks to the management of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institution, especially patron Dr. Nandan Gupta, Chancellor of Swami Vivekananda University, particularly for allowing an unit of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institution to collaborate with Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch to disseminate the knowledge absolutely voluntarily, sharing your own resources. So this for this particular phenomenon, factor, I sincerely thank and my regards. Please send my regards to the management of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institution. I sincerely thank Professor Dr. Swarnabha Das, who has been instrumental for designing this program, for implementing this program, and his team. Professor Amitabha Gupta, the convener of the program, Professor Manush Noskar from Indian Accounting Association, also another convener of the program. My sincere thanks to the entire team of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutions who are working for this. Now, I would say that from Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch, we are really happy to be part or partnered in this particular program. And starting from the initial ideation phase, we can recall that a few weeks back when we were sitting for the brainstorming of the program, me, Professor Arindam Das, Secretary of Indian Accounting Association, Professor Manush Noskar from Indian Accounting Association, Professor Sohag Jordar, Professor Swarnabha Das from Swami Vivekananda Institution, Professor Amitabha Gupta, Professor Anirban Hazra, who happens to be the resource person for this program also. So it took a lot of brainstorming while we were actually in the ideation phase of the program. And it was not very easy to come up to a particular type of orientation that we are actually offering this particular program in this particular event. Because if you look into the IAA programs, IAA flagship programs, particularly the faculty development programs, you can see that in past or in recent past, we have offered programs primarily at the intermediate level or at the advanced level, particularly revolving around the research methodology theme. Now, from that, this particular program we have purposefully designed, we have unanimously designed at a very elementary level, and I can say that we have learned a lot of things from this program. First of all, I congratulate all the resource persons who are really scholastic and who are really excellent in their deliverables. And it is not very easy to deliver at the elementary level. I mean, their delivery in all the sessions were excellent, and we are really thankful to all the resource persons, Professor Shantanu Chakraborty, Professor Gautam Bandyopadhyay, Professor Anirban Hazra, and I think Mr. Bharma, who has taught the Excel workshop, and obviously Professor Descriptive Analysis at the end. It was a nice winding up of the entire session. So my sincere thanks to all the resource persons. The key learning on our part from Indian Accounting Association, I can say that when we offer a program at an intermediate level or at an advanced level, we have a narrow set of participants, primarily the mid-level faculty members or early level faculty members or the research scholars. That is the primary target audience. Now, what we have seen in the in this particular program, that we have a very wider reach of participants or wider reach of audience for this program, starting from the faculty members to the research scholars, as well as a wide number of students. Now, that is very encouraging factor for us, for Indian Accounting Association, that we are, I mean, the participants of these programs, many of the participants of these programs are students. They may not come in the field of research and academics. Probably they are preparing their life for corporates, and we are helping them in dealing with their career in future, for getting themselves into the corporate world, for fitting their skill set in the corporate world, for upskilling for finding a good place in the corporate. So that's a wonderful thing that we have learned from this program, and we believe that in the future programs to come, we will keep that in mind, and we will keep this kind of learnings we will incorporate definitely in the future programs also. Now, in the introductory session, about the collaborations, I think it has been discussed. For Indian Accounting Association, Professor Shohab Jawardar was there. I was not present, but I hope that about Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch, our activities are being discussed, so I will not repeat that. But definitely, I will point out a few factors like what we do. We do FDPs that I have already mentioned. We do conferences, and we have a very interesting activity in Indian Accounting Association. We call it the lecture series. And we are not bounded within any boundary when we think about the lecture series. The scholars from all around the world, they have talked in the lecture series, and we have a very meaningful association with European Accounting Association regarding the joint programs and regarding the lecture series. In the previous, in our lecture series, the erstwhile president of European Accounting Association has spoken, and we had a very meaningful association with European Accounting Association. Now, along with that, we have a journal that we publish. Now, all of you will understand who are from academics that publishing a journal, that too at the branch level, is not very easy. I mean, it is really very difficult to publish a journal consistently for a long time. Now, we are happy to share with you that probably this is the 10th volume. We have come out with the 10th volume of the journal called Business Spectrum. Please do visit our website to see the journal. And when you publish the journal at initial phase, there is always the potential, or there is always a chance of being trapped into the vicious cycle of publishing a journal at right frequency, at the same time compromising with the quality. But we have not done that. We have not compromised with the quality, but the cost that we had to bear probably for that is we could not come out with the issues at the right frequency. But we have very ambitious plan with the journal, and we are thinking of indexing the journal in UGC Care and other international indexation services. So we are actually working really hard for that. And presently, the journal is in very safe hands. Presently, Professor Dr. Pradeep Samanta from Kolkata University is acting as the editor-in-chief of the journal, and you know Professor Manush Noskar from the introductory session and the convener of this workshop. He is the executive editor of this particular journal. So I'll take this opportunity, as lot many academicians and researchers are present here in this forum. Please do submit your research in our journal. And what we can assure you, we can assure you reviews of your paper. You can incorporate those reviews in your paper to improve your paper, to resubmit it in our journal or to any other journal. And if it is up to the level of the requirement of our journal, we would love to publish your research. So with this small note, I would like to conclude here. And we are really very happy to collaborate with you. I must thank entire management of the group of institutions and entire management of Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch, especially the patron of our South Bengal branch, Professor Joydev Shorkel, who has always been a motivating and guiding factor and the father figure for us for whenever we actually take up any event. We hope that we can take up this kind of event, kind of version 2 of this program in future. And I hope that I will get all the participants, those who are participating in this particular workshop. We will incorporate the learnings of this workshop, and we will try to make this particular product better in the next version, even better in the next version. And I'm looking forward for your participation in future. So thank you very much from my side. I conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ovijit Roy, for your wonderful words about the program and the detailed explanation about the kind of activities the Indian Accounting Association have done or we can do together. So now I'd like to request Dr. Shonali Sarkar Ghosh, the principal, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, to say a few words.
So good evening, all of you. We are almost at the end of the 3-day-long workshop, and I hope all of you enjoyed and learned many things. So on behalf of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology and the Swami Vivekananda Group as a whole, I thank one and all who are attending this 3-day-long workshop on statistical analysis using SPSS and Excel. And this is such a pertinent topic in the present time that arranging this workshop is really a very praiseworthy endeavor by our faculty members of the SVIST and SVIMCS, and especially highly active convener, Mr. Amitabha Gupta. But I will be failing in my duties if I do not mention the very active role play of the Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch, who has collaborated with us in this excellent knowledge sharing platform of data analysis and interpretation. So I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to all the galaxy of the star speakers who are, sorry, where am I?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, but your video is not there. Yeah, now you are visible.
Okay. So I extend my sincere gratitude to the galaxy of star speakers who are stalwarts and in their domain and their field, and they have agreed to share their vast ideas, knowledge with these students, and spared their valuable times to make the learning experience a good one. And the stars of the galaxy are Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty, Dr. Anirban Hajra, Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay, Mr. Vishal Verma, Mr. Kanak Jain, and Dr. S.P. Mukherjee. And I would like to extend my thanks to all the organizing committee members. While I thank all of you, I would like to request all of you that this should not be the last one, but this should be just the beginning of the collaboration, and we be doing much more of these such activities, and the Indian Accounting Association should stay associated with us for more such future endeavors for Swami Vivekananda Group of Institutes. And lastly, we should not forget the actual heroes of this workshop, the students who has participated with such enthusiasm in this workshop, and we have ultimately concluded this with immense success. So it was an absolute amazing and overwhelming response from the students, and I am sure that this workshop was a learning lesson for you all, and there was a lot of fruitful takeaway from this workshop. So I can now gladly announce that this won't be the only workshop. We can, with your valuable support and positive response, also organize the phase 2 of this workshop at a later time. Until then, I thank all of you and best wishes for the students, and that is all from my side.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful encouraging words for the workshop. And definitely, as ma'am have told, that we are going to organize the phase 2 of this particular workshop at a within a very short period of time. Definitely, we are going to communicate the same. So now I'd like to request Dr. Nilangshu Ghosh, Principal, Pandit Raghunath Smriti Mahavidyalaya, Sarenga, Bankura District, West Bengal, to say a few words about this particular event, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. Thanks, Amitabha. A very good evening to all the dignitaries present over here, and my fellow colleagues, fellow faculty members, my dear students, and the enthusiastic participants. So this is my honor and my privilege, my pleasure to join in the valedictory session of the 3-day online workshop on statistical analysis using SPSS and Excel, jointly organized by Department of MBA, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, and Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science, Department of MBA of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology. Also, in collaboration with Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch. Currently, I'm working in Pandit Raghunath Murmu Smriti Mahavidyalaya, but I have a background with Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science. I used to be working over there. So before joining Pandit Raghunath Murmu Smriti Mahavidyalaya, I was a part of the MBA department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science. And I used to teach statistics and operational research for the MBA students. And also at that point of time when I was teaching, I used to tell the students that how important it is to learn the softwares like Excel and SPSS. In nowadays data-driven world, it is an absolute must to have knowledge of Excel. And with that, as a student, if you know that data analysis tool like SPSS, then you will be a winner always. So if you are a master in data analysis tool, most of the job is done and in cracking the job market and at the end of your MBA 4th semester course. So these tools are always handy for MBA student when you are handling a large number of data, large quantity of data related to customer behavior, consumer behavior, sales, and or any relevant data related to the financial position of the company. There are statistical tools that help you to make effective and efficient decisions. So as managers in future, you have to, the thing that you need to do is to make decisions. So to take effective and efficient decisions, you need to have certain tools, and SPSS and Excel is one of a few those two tools that will help you in regarding making excellent decisions, excellent help. As Sarvaputta Prasad Mukherjee sir has said, that the kind of decisions that you want to take, which will be effective and efficient. So I hope the students have learned a lot through the lectures of Professor Sarvaputta Prasad Mukherjee sir, Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay, Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty, and other renowned speakers of this field. And I really hope the students will now actually be applying all these statistical tools to enrich their research and contribute to their learning and to their knowledge. I thank again the organizers, especially Dr. Swarnabha Das, my colleagues, old colleagues, Mr. Sundip Rai Chaudhary, Mr. Amitabha Gupta, Mr. Supriya Roy, Mr. Amit De, and last but not the least, Mrs. Kakali Gupta, for giving me the opportunity and inviting me in this session, in this valedictory session. And I hope that the MB department of SVIMCS and SVIST, as we used to call that Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science as SVIMCS and Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology as SVIST. So I hope that the MBA departments continue to grow and continue to organize this beautiful learning workshops, webinars, and other learning mechanisms out of the syllabus to enrich their students, so that in future they can grow so well and they can make their college proud, make their institute proud. So thank you again for inviting me in this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful, encouraging words and recalling our older days of working together. Definitely, we miss you, sir. Now we are at the end of our this valedictory session. And now I would like to we would like to formally conclude the session with a formal vote of thanks. which would be given by Dr. Meghdud Ghosh, Assistant Professor, MBA Department, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology. So, Dr. Ghosh, if you can.
Thank you, Amitabha sir. Well, good evening, everyone, to the one and all present here. It is such an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank all the dignitaries. We have reached the ultimate session of the 3-day workshop on statistical analysis using SPSS and Excel, jointly organized by the MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science and Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology in collaboration with Indian Accounting Association, South Bengal branch. I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates of the webinar for their presence and contribution to make this webinar a great success. On behalf of the MBA Department of Swami Vivekananda Group and Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch, I extend a warm welcome to the people in the gathering. I extend our gratitude to our honorable patrons, Dr. Nandan Gupta, Honorable Chancellor, Swami Vivekananda University, West Bengal, and Professor Joydev Sarkel, President, Indian Accounting Association South Bengal branch, and former Professor, University of Bardhaman, West Bengal. Joint conveners, Dr. Manoj Noshkar, Executive Editor, Journal of Business Spectrum, Indian Accounting Association, South Bengal branch, and Associate Professor, Raiganj University, Raiganj, West Bengal, and our very own Professor Amitabha Gupta, HOD, MBA Department, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, Kolkata, West Bengal. Our organizing committee members, Dr. Arindam Das, Secretary, Indian Accounting Association, South Bengal branch, and Professor, University of Bardhaman, West Bengal. Dr. Abhijit Roy, Joint Secretary, Indian Accounting Association, South Bengal branch, and Assistant Professor, Dr. BNDS Mahavidyalaya, Purva Bardhaman, West Bengal. Dr. Swab Joadar, Joint Treasurer, Indian Accounting Association, South Bengal branch, and Associate Professor, Khidirpur College, Kolkata, West Bengal. Dr. Swarnabha Das, Principal, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, Kolkata, West Bengal. Dr. Sonali Ghosh, Principal, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology, Kolkata, West Bengal. Professor Kakuli Gupta, Head of the Department, MBA Department, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science, Kolkata, West Bengal. Dr. Shondeep Rai Chaudhuri, Assistant Professor, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science. Professor Shupriya Ray, Assistant Professor, SVIMCS, Kolkata. Professor Amit De, Assistant Professor, SVIMCS, Kolkata, West Bengal. Dr. Anirban Hajra, Assistant Professor, School of Management, Swami Vivekananda University, Barakpur, West Bengal. Thank you for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on these special occasions. I would also like to thank our co-host, Dr. Devanshu Chatterjee of SVIST, Dr. Meghdud Ghosh, SVIST, Professor Devayan Chakraborty, SVIST, Professor Shupriya Roy, SVIST, and Professor Amit De, SVIMCS, and our technical coordinator, Professor Orkojit Jana, MBA Department, SVIST. Last but not the least, we are really thankful to the architect of this successful webinar, our honorable guest speakers who took out time from their busy schedule to grace the event. They are Dr. Anirban Hajra, Assistant Professor, School of Management, Swami Vivekananda University, West Bengal. Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty, Professor, Department of Commerce, St. Xavier's University, Kolkata. Mr. Vishal Verma, HR Head, Alumnus Software Limited. Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay, Associate Professor, NIT Durgapur, Department of Management. And Mr. Konok Jain, Volatility Coach, Director of SSL Academy, International Speaker, and Professor Dr. SP Mukherjee, renowned statistician of the country, former Dean, University of Calcutta, and the proud winner of National Award for Lifetime Contributions to Theoretical and Official Statistics from Government of India, and the Distinguished Teacher Award from Calcutta University, besides the PC Mohalanabi's Birth Centenary Award from the Indian Science Congress Association. This is really a wonderful workshop, a great knowledge sharing session. We covered 360-degree statistical aspects, which starts from the descriptive statistics, then inferential statistics, hypothesis testing, and model building, correlation, and whatnot. Everything is actually, arranged in such a manner, and it is also, it is a total portfolio of theoretical findings as well as the practical, statistical use of statistical softwares in order to, explain the theoretical findings. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone once again for making it a great success. Over to you, Amitabha sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghosh, for this wonderful vote of thanks, covering all the names who have contributed for this wonderful event. So we have officially concluded this particular 3 days workshop on statistical analysis using SPSS and Microsoft Excel, organized by the MBA department of Swami Vivekananda Group of Institute, to be specific, Swami Vivekananda Institute of Management and Computer Science and Swami Vivekananda Institute of Science and Technology. So I would like to thank all the participants. Until now, at the end of the session, there are till 187 participants till waiting. So that is a wonderful feeling, and thank you so much for participating so actively for the last 3 days. And as all of you know, as we have already mentioned, but till I am mentioning once again, definitely the certificates would be issued and the certificates would be given to your respective email IDs, those who have attended the assessment yesterday. So assessment was a mandatory criteria for this certifications. So we have recorded that. So once this evaluation would be done, definitely the certificate would be shared, but would be taking, we are taking, nearby 1 week of time for the same. So again, thank you so much. So officially we are concluding this session, and definitely we are going to inform you for the future webinars and the workshops that we are going to conduct. So thank you so much, everybody.